that's what they do, and that is not something that you can change. Or
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm not trying to change them. I guess what I'm saying
it,
is like,
it, I don't think that it's within process. Uh, I think it's
sorry, you're
positively,
breaking up, Kat.
it's just not productive for them.
I think is what I'm experiencing, I think. Do you know what Uncanny Valley is?
I do.
It's like when you see something
Like
that like,
mhm.
like you see something that's like you recognize it as like human, but there's like something about it that like is like just not human enough. Like, like speaking to an AI is a good example, or like
Time,
see like are like human enough but not human enough. And so like it's like
one
creepy.
time I talked, right. I mean, so what I meant was affecting exactly how they described it. But I think that those people that aren't in process, as scary and unsettling as they are, they're not going to affect the process because they refuse to be a part of it. And I think that's what's unsettling about it is they choose to be outside of the thing that we all are experiencing and that we all recognize. Like, I guess not all of us, but like that most people recognize. They choose to be stagnant. All recognize stagnant and not participate in, and that's why there's uncanny valley about it.
Yeah.
Really quickly, I'm going to talk past you. Thank Duricius, Philly Red, Raph, both Donna B. Thank you all so much for helping with the previous goal. You guys are fucking amazing.
You're amazing,
But also,
Thrayle.
no, you.
No, you. Ridiculous.
Send previous
Thrayle.
goal. No, you.
No, you. Ridiculous.
I'm always impressed in the process to change in ways that we see would be good for them. Only
I don't even know
perhaps
if good
because
for them.
we've
Entropy. No, it's not even. Doesn't even have to be good for them. Like I think, like even downward spiral is more human than rejecting change. Like I think
How
even
does that appear to
destructive
you, though?
behavior. What's that?
How do you know they're refusing to change?
Yeah,
Is it
like
this?
the inability to answer questions with any sort of intellectual integrity. Like when a question is asked, like "What do you believe?" and somebody's like, "Well, the Bible says this, this, and this, and I was told this, this, and this," or when people just like straight up verbatim, like just speak in colloquialisms or quotes or like deepities, just
Pat
things that are,
answers.
yeah, just half, like just not even synthesizing any like original thought of any kind. And it's like, that's wild to me. Like, there's just like, there's no, it's like light on but nobody home sort of thing.
Are there any other characteristics this group of people shares aside from that one thing? Is it that they don't dream as well, or is
I
there
don't
any
know.
other
I don't
common
know.
characteristic?
I'm just coming to this right now. Like I know
Yeah.
GT has said that there is a very small amount of people that experience critical thought or like like true self consciousness. Um, and I don't know if you know who GT is, but she's a great creator and um, a evolutionary biologist, especially with like bacteria. But um, I guess what I'm saying is this is a very new thought that I'm having, like in the last few minutes. And again, I
Cool.
realize that it's Friday night, but like the notion that people like that there are swaths of people that just don't have original thoughts. Like,
How old were you when that was the case for you?
say it again.
How old were you the last time that was the case for you?
So I'm gonna say something, and I don't know if it's entirely true, but it is a belief. Um, I have pretty moderate to severe hearing loss, and I've had it my whole life. And I would refuse to wear my hearing aids quite a bit growing up. Probably, honestly, it wasn't until college that I started wearing them with any regularity, um, because it was just like I didn't like them. I didn't like the way they felt. I would get headaches. Doesn't matter. Point is, I was really in my own head quite a bit, and I missed a lot. So, like, I think that in some part, kind of being on an island really forced a different way of interacting with the world, sort of thing. Um, but I could be like over assigning, the role of that. And I have pretty active disorder. I don't know. I don't know. I guess, to answer your question more directly, maybe, I don't know that uh, maybe like in high school. Um, I don't know. I don't know that.
I find I get that way about certain topics for a while, but I notice it quite quickly and I turn it off.
What is it that
It's
you notice about
uncomfortable to
certain
not,
topics?
that I resist change around old beliefs that I have, beliefs that cause me discomfort.
Oh, I don't know. No, that's not. Yeah, it's not even. I think what I was. Yeah, yes, I understand that's a huge part of this, but like I'm even saying like the inability.
Old belief.
No, that's. But like I'm that people
Yeah,
hear
that's
something and then
yeah.
just regurgitate it, thought around it.
Oh, I
Um,
see.
yeah, but I think what you're saying also plays into it. Like the stick in the mud piece, I guess, is probably where you got that from. Um, I think that I have like some pretty strongly held opinions on things. Um,
Do you think that the universe is a reflection of your own internal state?
can you say more about what that means? I'm not sure
So
I understand.
the way that the universe that you experience
Uh-huh,
as an individual
uh-huh.
is it a reflection of your internal state, or has it got nothing to do with you whatsoever and you're just wandering around in it?
I don't know that either of those statements uh, ring true. I think more like um, I'm interacting with my local world, and I try to also be aware of kind of the concentric circles around me as they move out.
Yeah. You know what's cool? I was actually going to ask you about that. So you could draw a circle around yourself right
Uh-huh,
now
uh-huh.
that includes wherever I'm sitting.
Right, exactly.
That's cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right. That's something that's very hard for some people to conceptualize. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, just, okay, you're in a room, right? Yeah. There's an outside to that room? Yeah. Okay, keep drawing bigger circles until you think you've included me. Is it the
Exactly.
same Earth? What?
Can I tell you something? There's sometimes when I'm going to sleep and I like imagine these feet sticking out of a lean-to in Calcutta. Just feet that are like coming out of a lean-to in a slum on some street in Calcutta. I don't have any idea why that is like the image that comes to my mind, but just I imagine this person laying there trying to get through the day.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what it is. I think it's just me trying to like, in the same way that sometimes like you're falling asleep and you're like, holy fuck, the infinite universe, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get the idea that I was
Fine,
coming in and I thought about it. And the way that the tide actually works is the ocean at some parts is falling towards the sun.
Yeah.
And we spin through that. So
the moon, right? I mean, I guess
the moon
there's
and the sun, yeah.
And the sun, yep. There's two
So
tidal waves, yeah.
We're actually not standing on the earth. We're hanging off it into space.
Yep.
We're being held onto this thing by our feet.
By a dense mass that's gripping our feet.
And what the fuck are we talking about?
Come on, that's real.
Whatever
that's
we're not
real,
talking
Thrayle.
about.
As much as it's WTF, it's still real.
The strange experience of actually being human.
We do have a new guest, so I'm going to silence everybody. Martha, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 62.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, we spoke once before, and I'm a...
You'll have to forgive me. I don't remember our entire conversation, so I'm going to ask some of the same questions.
No
but
problem.
You say you're a Mormon. Does that mean you believe the Bible and the three works of Joseph Smith are all factually true and gospel truth?
Well, I guess I struggle with that. I tend to be more of the God and the Jesus and less of the Joseph
Less of the doctrines and covenants and...
Yes, sir.
Pearl of great price, all those.
Yes, sir.
So, how do you reconcile the Mormon teachings that you've been given with your new understanding?
I guess I have taken the lazy way. I try not to dwell on it because I think I want to believe that that he was inspired by God. I really believe in the God and the Jesus thing. It's just...
The God and the Jesus thing, but the Joseph Smith thing sounds a little
I kind
fishy.
of struggle with that, yes.
There are some things that I would struggle with too if I was raised in LDS or in that community. Does it matter to you if Joseph Smith was actually a prophet, or do you just prefer to think of your faith as being devoted to Jesus and Jesus alone?
It does matter to me, and I think that's why I have such a problem with it, because I just don't think it's right to be so, I don't know, to be so phony and to convince people to follow you. I know at the time he was just one of many who was trying to, break into the whole, I'm a preacher, I'm the one with, that's been anointed, come follow me. And I don't know, I would be sad.
I think Rev has a question.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One, you said, he's anointed, follow him. What is anointing?
Well, the seal of approval. No.
Well, I assume you're referring to the idea of Mashiach or Messiah, right?
Yes, somebody who is basically has a direct line and is chosen by God to be his representative here on earth, and who is actually receiving revelation from God.
And so are you familiar with the word, Messiah, right? You know that word.
Yes,
are you familiar with the word Mashiach?
I am not.
So Messiah is a cognate, an English cognate, which is, it means a word in English that sounds like its original word, but we made it English sounding. Yeah. And the Hebrew word, Mashiach, means anointed one. And anointing, literally, like mashach is the verb. It literally means anointed with oil,
Correct.
meaning, right, right. So I guess I would be curious, uh, at what point is Jesus anointed with oil?
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, gosh, that's a goodie. I don't know that there's anything in the Bible ever saying that he was.
Yeah, it was kind of a leading question, and I apologize for that because I know
That's
that's really not
okay.
what we're doing here. Because there is nothing in the Bible that
Well, that's
describes
what I
Jesus as
was
being.
thinking.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Um, and I asked this question of all people in the Church of Latter-day Saints, and I know that you said you're a little distant from that, but I'm curious. Um, you know, I'm thinking of like some of the Hebrew words that are in, well, that are supposedly Hebrew words. Like Moroni is one of the angels, right?
Yes, he is the one who supposedly came and visited Joseph Smith.
Right.
He's the one on top of all our temples.
Oh, fascinating. I did not know that.
Yeah,
Um,
that's Moroni.
that's wild. What if I told you that there is no Hebrew word Moroni, that there's nothing in Hebrew that there is no connection to Hebrew whatsoever? Hebrew, so the way that Hebrew words work is that there are two, three, or four letter roots that make up the structure of all these different words. So if I wanted to say the word to write, like to write a letter, I would say lichtov is to write. But if I wanted to write a letter is a michtav. Do you hear the similarity? Lichtov,
Interesting.
michtav. Yeah, or
Yes.
in a marriage contract or a contract in general is a ketuvah. You hear
Ketuva.
that? Yeah, it doesn't matter. The point, you can hear lichtov, michtav, ketuvah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So all of those things are like writing things. The word Moroni, and I would assume that it's a mem, resh, and nun would be the root letters. There are no Hebrew words. It is not Hebrew in any way, shape, or form.
I believe that. I've always wondered where that name originated because, like you, I've never seen it in the actual canon.
There's an
Yes.
English word very similar to it that was very common in.
And all you have to do is add a C.
Pardon?
Yeah, I retract my previous statement. Um, let it be stricken from the record. Question always is like, how do you account for such a thing where there's no clear connection? Like, why is that the case?
I guess it's it. I look at it kind of like in the beginning, I couldn't really understand how, with the Trinity, that God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, they're three, but they're one. And I used to, even as a child, just tear myself apart trying to figure that out. And finally, one day I thought, all you're doing is upsetting yourself and you're not getting anywhere. So I guess I gave up on questioning it or trying to make it make sense and just decided, okay, three is one and one is three, and that's that.
So you just decided to stop questioning your beliefs.
Yes, because I didn't feel like I would ever come to a result that I truly understood in my soul that made sense.
So what then is so okay? So first of all, you're on a live right now that the main question is, can you question your beliefs? And you're saying out loud, no, I can't question my beliefs. And yet you are still wrestling with something. And I guess I'm wondering,
She doesn't
what?
question Jesus, she questions Joseph Smith.
Okay. But you were just interested in the Mashiach thing, right?
Yes,
Okay. So you are actually questioning your beliefs more than you are giving yourself credit for. Is that right?
I guess I am.
Beautiful. Uh, Good
Well,
for
I
you.
find you so interesting.
Can I
Yes, dear.
can I
Kat,
ask you something?
yeah,
Sure.
go ahead,
If
Kat.
you're
Oh,
You're cutting out, that's why I cut in. And now you're cutting out
Wi-Fi,
more. Yeah, you're Wi-Fiing. Take a moment real quick while I run down the list. I gotta make sure and thank Derisius, Law of Attraction, Holly K, Heather's Descent, Enki Bubs, Donna B, Rachel Z Witch, and Freya. Thank you all so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. Go ahead, Kat.
well, let's see. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yes.
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. If you are questioning something and you come to the conclusion that you will not find an answer that is sufficient to question it anymore, do you think that it would be wise to maybe, instead of just rolling with it, like rethink the belief system?
Well, honestly, what I have come to is that if I make it to heaven, one of the things that we're promised is complete knowledge, and that if I get to heaven, and I'm hoping that I will, trying to do what I need to do to get there, that I will be given the answers to several of these questions that I struggle with.
Have you considered that, Heather? Oh, sorry. Have you considered what if there isn't a heaven to get to?
Seldom. I find that just utterly depressing and just beyond
Yeah,
my.
I'm not trying to. Not trying to make you consider it. I'm just wondering if, like, if you your hope is to be given all the knowledge in heaven, if you had considered if that isn't an option, and if it isn't an option, like what then, or like where would you pursue the knowledge more?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand that. If there
If
if I
you hypothetically thought from a mind frame that there is no heaven, would that make you, instead of just rolling with it for now, like as you said, would that make you want to pursue it more if you didn't think
you
you'd get
mean
it in
to
heaven?
say like alternative avenues?
No, just like, instead of stopping questioning and just saying, oh well, I guess this is it, would you have continued to pursue it until you had an answer?
Probably.
I think Billy has.
I also have a couple more questions, just for what it's worth.
Okay.
Before Philly goes, I really quick gotta jump in already and thank Mateo and Derisius. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Philly.
Dubs for Mateo, for sure.
I think it's possible there is an answer that makes sense to the problem of something like the Trinity that is outside of your faith system.
Ooh, I would love to hear.
Um, I can just speak from my own personal experience that when I went outside of Christianity, things started to make a lot more sense. I was curious if you had considered that that was a possibility.
Well, I know there's been times where I was very inactive, but I don't think I've ever actually considered just being done with. I don't know. I like the thought of a better place where, you know, good people get rewarded and it's not all just for nothing. I find that so disturbing.
It sounds like you get a lot of comfort from your belief.
I do. I really do. And I've always believed that that was really the whole point of, you know, whatever life that you have. I always felt like that to me was the whole point, that, you know, in good times and bad, there is comfort there to be had.
I hear that. Hypothetically, if you had to choose between a comforting lie and the truth that might feel a little harsh at first, which would you choose?
The truth. I would be very sad, but I would prefer the truth.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you pursue the truth in your everyday life?
I do, and I feel like I have seen, just in my own personal experience, I feel like I have witnessed what I would call God's grace or God's hand on me. I feel like I have, for myself, been given experiences that reinforced my early childhood beliefs. But you know, I could be wrong. It could just be my mind wanting to make me happy because my mind knows where my heart is.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds very simple, doesn't it?
I appreciate that you can acknowledge that you might be mistaken. It shows, it makes it easier to have a conversation when somebody comes with that approach, right? Mhm. I do wonder. You said earlier that you have had times when you haven't been as active in the faith, but you've never really considered. You say that you could be wrong. I'm curious if you've truly explored that.
No, because it makes me feel guilty. And I tend to have enough self guilt as it is. I feel like that one's optional. Oh, just feeling, you know, I'm 62 years old, and I can see, looking back, where some of my choices or decisions were not in line with my core beliefs, which makes me, I feel like I don't know, it's almost like a child who has disappointed a parent, almost. I know that sounds stupid at my age, but
I think I understand. I think I might even relate. When you say a child disappointing a parent, are you referencing God?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the few times where I know I truly disappointed my mother, who was my most favorite human being on the planet, and who was a very, I mean, I'd never met anybody before since like her. I've never heard her say an unkind word about anyone. She didn't cuss. She wasn't prone to outbursts of emotional in any direction. She was just a
Really
very.
quick, Martha.
I'm sorry.
I
Go
gotta
ahead.
talk. No, it's my fault. I'm interrupting you. Um, I hear you talking about your mother, and I think Philly might have a follow up on this. Before I say what I want to say, I gotta, as host, unfortunately, break our conversation just long enough to thank Derisius and Mateo for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing.
Oh,
But Martha,
yes,
do you feel like disappointing your mother is something that you still concern yourself with?
absolutely. It brings tears to my eyes. It breaks my heart.
Do you? Go ahead, Philly.
We both pause, almost always around the same amount of time.
Great minds think alike.
Our pause, similar lengths of time. Um, is it possible then, Martha, that your guilt around even the possibility of considering if the faith is a place where you want to stay or is a place that holds truth, is it possible it brings you guilt because of your mother?
I think so. My mother wasn't a preachy type, but we did go to church every Sunday. And I don't know that I ever in my whole life heard her use the phrase, I'm a Christian. But I saw it in her day to day life. She was kind. She was polite. She was helpful. She was understanding and patient and all the things that, you know, you strive to be, that we're told we should be and keep working to become. And she just genuinely represented that to me.
Do you think that someone can be kind and patient and understanding and all of those things outside of holding Christian beliefs?
I suppose it's a possible, but I've always considered it would be much easier if you were coming from a place of knowing what's expected of you, I guess.
I'm hearing you say it's easier when somebody else is telling you what you have to do rather than figuring out the standard for yourself.
I guess maybe that is what I'm saying. That sounds rather shallow, doesn't it?
I think it sounds, I mean, it's understandable. It's easier to let somebody else make decisions than to do the hard work of figuring it out for yourself. I'm susceptible to that. Is that something that, when you said that it sounds shallow, is it distasteful to you to consider that that might be what you're doing?
Yes, I guess, yes. to me, it just rings hollow of, just that I don't genuinely have the faith that I should and want and try to achieve.
Martha, how
Yes.
do you think somebody who was raised with no religious beliefs, Christian or otherwise, how do you think that they may find these values?
Well, I guess be through example of someone in their immediate environment.
Believe them
Oh,
to
I
be this kind
see.
of person.
I don't know. I think some gentle souls come into the world that way.
Might it
Some
might
of
it
us have
be
to work
that
at it. Oh, excuse me, I'm
we
sorry.
generally sorry, no, it's me, it's not you. I know it's me. Um, might it be that we just generally most people just like want to be good to each other and want to be polite and kind because it feels better than being any other way?
Yes, I think small children show us that pretty clearly, that hate and wanting to be unkind is a learned behavior. I believe that. I think most people come into this world
Yep.
just with a sense of let's all just be nice
So
without judgment.
since we've
Pardon?
There's
or
some
religion to since we've established since we've established this, do you need God or religion or just hold values?
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't hear your complete question.
Do you need?
Thrayle,
I missed that last part of it, or I would translate. I was trying to think of how you concluded it. Do you need God or Jesus?
do you need to hold these values since we've established that they probably exist innately?
Since they can exist without religion, do you need God or Jesus to hold these values?
Oh, oh my. I don't know. I guess maybe I do need that. I need the feeling of I guess I do.
Why do you?
Um I guess to feel like I'm doing the right thing and that I'm huh. Wow. I guess I'm
I don't want to prod or push in any direction, but it doesn't sound like you do.
more I don't know if this is relevant or not, but like, there are type A personalities who are lead the leader of the group, and I'm not really a leader of the group. I need someone to get me started with an idea that I can in command. I can run with that, but coming up with the clever.
No, it's chaotically and some do better with some structure. It sounds like you like and need the structure. If you found a different structure that didn't um, been raised with a different structure, do you think you would believe that?
More than likely. I do
So
have
it's more about the the structure than the God necessarily.
people pleaser or whatever. So, like, as you know, when I was little, I definitely, was happy when my actions made my mother happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It sounds like well, it sounds like you've done a really great job of answering my questions and participating in this
Oh.
exercise, and I'll let somebody else.
So,
I have several questions, if that's okay.
sure.
Are you familiar with Simon Sinek by any chance?
Simon who? What was the last name?
Sinek, Sinek.
I don't believe so.
That's okay. He's kind of a philosopher and motivational speaker type.
Oh.
But he has this really lovely, it might be a TED Talk or just sort of he has this concept. It's called begin with the why. And he says that most products, most people, most businesses fail because they begin with the what. I have a computer. You should buy it because it's really good. Um, that's pretty much the sales pitch, right?
Okay.
Now, he in with the why. I'm going to butcher this, but something along the lines of like staying connected with people is important to each and every one of us. Best that technology has to offer. Buy my computer. No problem. What you did was when I heard you talking about your mom, and when I heard you talking about your the relationships and the expectations of yourself, and the societal, the social structure that you experience. What I heard was why. What I heard was this is why these things are important to you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that is true. That is exactly how our brains work. How our emotions are why they're the core of our brain. And what I think is especially interesting is once you start to get to the more, you know, we call it cerebral, but in really we're talking about sort of the higher level brain function. This is I think you're like right there. Anyway, so
What a lovely thing to say. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
yeah, I think that you came in saying I'm not able to criticize my beliefs, but I actually think you're engaging with them, like honestly, and I think you're very aware of what's going on in your head.
Oh.
Yeah. So like I think my questions though are more along the lines of, if you're aware of.
We lost you, Rav. You get a battery warning, or
Yeah, you got it. It's exactly right. You're a little prophet, Thrayle. Yeah. So, uh,
Ah, that's some
um,
revelation there.
yeah, exactly. The battery life of my phone is revealed as non ideal. Okay. Anyways, so um, um, by acknowledging, okay, so what how does this affect your belief structure then, or how does this affect the validity of your belief if your belief is completely a product of your own environment, process, so on?
Definitely suggests that without that input, there probably wouldn't be any beliefs. That it was
Or they'd
definitely,
be different beliefs. They'd be different because you'd have different inputs. Like certainly, I cannot imagine. I don't know if you know Tiny Science, but he runs this idea that
I see what you're saying. So if it hadn't been the God and the Jesus thing, it would have been definitely attached to whatever that, whatever the focus was,
right,
other than, yeah,
exactly,
got
exactly.
it.
It would have been anything else. Yeah,
Correct.
and I mean, odds are you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a Hindu, you're a Buddhist. Those are the odds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. 2 billion Christians, 2 billion Muslims, a billion Hindus, a billion Buddhists. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we're chalking up numbers here. Um, anyway, so then I think, like, what does it then look like to ask yourself, okay, if I am a product of this kind of 2 billion person system, um, am I part of a populist movement, or am I part of something that is valid and deep and meaningful, or something, or a third option or a fourth option, whatever.
Um, I, I don't know. I don't know how to say this. I, I think that my basic core beliefs, I think, are valid, but I struggle with what I consider to be, I don't know,
What are
the
your basic core beliefs?
that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, born of an earthly woman, that God created all that there is, that Jesus came and died and arose and went back to live with his heavenly Father, and that should be that should be that is what we should strive for, to go back and live for eternity in heaven, where there's no tears, there's no sadness, there's no death.
And like, oh man, if give me 2 seconds while I formulate this question.
I get you, I understand, because sometimes I have a hard time trying to put into words my answer.
My question is, these beliefs, are they out of a desire for comfort,
I'm sure part of it is, for sure.
Is there any desire to understand the historical context out of which the Christian Bible developed?
Well, I'm I'm very interested in, like, I watch all the different archaeological shows about biblical history. I watch all uh, the more, I guess, like, I have a real thing. I don't particularly care for.
Here's the thing. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
You're
You
okay.
just seem too lovely that like I couldn't possibly like push back on like your. I feel like I can't even. I
You
can't.
can't.
I can't do it.
You
Oh,
can't hear anything to question.
I can't do it. I just fucking can't do it.
oh,
You're too nice.
Yeah, you're too
There's
kind.
plenty to
Yeah.
question there.
you're
She is.
also very
She. Well,
kind.
I mean, I meant Rav that you're too nice. There's plenty there to question.
Yeah, I can't do it. I feel like I'm like. I feel like you put a. What's that called when Harry Potter gets the. The protection spell from his parents.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know. I didn't see Harry Potter. I bought the books for my children, but I didn't see the movie.
I had no idea I was on the panel.
Spectro Patronus. It's a Patronus spell.
No, that's not.
I've never
This is
seen
what keeps the mentors away.
I've never seen Rob just give up and go, I can't, you're too nice.
Because you're
I
I
was
different.
feel
ripping
very,
people to
very
Martha. You
special.
have to know. I was ripping people to shreds earlier over these exact same comments.
He
Like
was.
just tearing people apart limb from limb.
Well, I feel very honored and very special, and I appreciate you very much.
You just seem like a kind person. Like you don't seem like you just seem like you just want like a better world for tomorrow. And I don't have
For
any.
sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm done. Thank you, Thrayle.
Thank you. Probably time for another guest. I should quit hogging your
Well, hey,
time.
we'll probably move on in a moment, Martha. But
God damn it, Martha.
I don't know if Philly had a question for
I
you.
do. I do. What I would love for you, Martha, is less false guilt, less debilitating guilt. And I wonder if that is something that you would like for yourself.
Definitely. That's a heavy load, guilt.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's not something that is easily just turned on and off. It tends to linger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I understand. Is it possible that there could be freedom from that guilt outside of the faith?
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't catch all that. Please say that again.
Is it possible that you could find freedom from that guilt outside of the faith?
I don't know that I've ever even had that thought.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And as old as I am, you know what they say about old dogs and new tricks. I don't know that I could reprogram my basic I don't know if we'd call it instinct at this point, but that's a lot of training to try and over.
That would take a lot to deprogram, I'm sure.
It would take serious, continuous effort. I would have to think as hard about not believing what I believe as I have spent believing it.
Mm-hmm.
here are the ways in which I'm going to make this better. Do you have any feedback for me? Is there anything that I'm missing? What do you need from me? And at which point I would give that feedback. I would say, here's the way that you wronged me.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that, this is what you're doing about it. And like, here are the things. And so feedback to me is a very important relationship building exercise.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, just really quickly, just wanted to finish the point really quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No problem. It did seem like I was done, and I apologize. So feedback I would define as kind, specific, and helpful. And I think that there are ways in which feedback can be delivered that are more effective using statements like "I notice," "I appreciate," "I wonder." And so if you are using those two frameworks to give the feedback, I think people are far more receptive to it as well. So there's an obligation, or maybe an opportunity on the person who is doing the forgiving to give genuine feedback that the person might actually. All I have to say about that.
Do you think then that forgiveness is not possible outside of relationship?
Can you give a more specific example?
Mm-hmm. Let's say someone passes away. And the person who wronged passes away. Does the person who was wronged have the ability to still forgive the person who is gone?
It sounds like ambiguous loss. That's my first instinct of how I would respond to that. I think that.
Can I
Mhm.
can I say one more thing about my
Please.
question?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand here in asking that question is forgiveness primarily for the person who did the wrong, or is forgiveness also for the person who was wronged? And is the person who was wronged beholden to the person who did the wrong in order to receive any benefit from the forgiveness process?
I've been, since the beginning of this line of questioning, I've been trying to remember this one line that I thought was pretty profound that kind of discussed that exact point, and I cannot remember it for the life of me, but if I do remember it, I know where to find you. But I think for the most part, like, forgiveness is really this is it, to remove power. Forgiveness is the purpose of forgiveness is to remove the power of the person who did the wrong thing. So in that way, it is for the person who is doing the forgiving. And I think, like, that is a very Christian way of thinking of it. I don't think that that's a very Jewish. Like, I've been wronged. If I've been wronged, you owe me something. Whoever wronged me owes me something. You have done damage. It, like, literally, like, think about it like a court case. Like, if somebody steals something from me or somebody pokes my eyeball out, they owe me damages. They have wronged me, and they owe me restitution. And that will never be enough to resolve. Like, I will never get my eyeball back.
Right.
No matter how much money you pay me, I'm not getting my eyeball back.
Right.
And so the forgiveness is in me accepting that this is my life now. And, like, in some cases, I don't know that there's anything anybody. So, okay, this is another good example of how rabbinic text works. It says that you should rebuke the person until or they raise their fist to you.
Are you then?
So in other words,
Are you then? Is it like expected that you do
Oh no.
That
You don't offer forgiveness. You just leave them the hell alone. If they raise their fist to you, you walk away.
no, but
And
I
you do,
mean, with
you're not obligated to forgive them.
even when they come to accept the apology and then offer the forgiveness.
Yeah, so that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was you like if like okay, somebody pokes my eyeball out, I should go after them, not in a violent way, but I should say you owe me.
Right,
You owe me restitution. You owe me for what you did to me,
right.
and I should keep going after them until
Okay.
either they make an attempt at teshuva or restitution, or they raise their fist at me, or they threaten me. And
That's interesting.
if they threaten me, I say I'll walk away. That's it.
That is
Yeah.
really interesting because that is definitely not the that that's not how we were. I grew up learning about forgiveness. We were basically instructed that if somebody asks for forgiveness, it is the godly thing to do. Forgive. And I always thought, well, what if you don't want to?
Yeah.
What if
Well,
it
and
was
so
that atrocious that
great.
you get
So
nothing?
the other side of it, Philly, and Martha, but the other side of it, Philly, is that if somebody comes to you and they ask for forgiveness and you deny them, and they come to you exactly how Martha was saying with an open
Mhm.
heart, and you deny them, then you have actually transgressed against them.
Mm.
That's what we were taught.
So what does denying forgiveness look like?
Spite, um,
Yes.
something like um, the Talmud says something along the lines of you should if somebody refuses to lend you their spade on one day, you should not come to them the next day and deny if fuck I'm gonna fuck this up. Okay, if they come to you, if you ask them to borrow their spade and they deny you, you should not deny them their scythe, saying, "You denied me your spade in the previous day." In other words, like you should not respond spitefully.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Ooh, that's almost along the same lines as turn the other
you respond.
same line.
Hold on, let me look up the actual quote.
I don't know, Rav, if I've told you before, but regularly once a week I have a supper, a dinner with my parents who are both pastors, missionaries, seminary professors.
Oh, how
And,
nice.
and we discuss why I doubt and why they have less doubt. And this last week we spent the whole time talking about forgiveness, so I was very interested in asking you some questions that came out of that when they
Here's
both
here's
like,
Here's a quote. If one says to another, "Lend me your spade," and the other refuses, and the next day the other says to the one, "Lend me your scythe," and the one replies, "Here it is, I am not like you, who would not lend me your spade," that is bearing a grudge, which is forbidden.
Okay. Well, that's good because I don't know that much, but it seemed like Old Testament is definitely more along the lines of, you know, even Stephen. If you break my
Well,
wagon, I'm going to break yours.
it's funny you say that. There's the Mishnah teaches that there's four dispositions. The one who says what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours. This is the standard disposition. There's the one who says what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine. That this is the Am Haaretz, or the farmer's disposition, basically the person of the land. There's the one who says what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine, is the evil disposition, and
Mm.
what's mine is yours and what's yours is yours is the holy disposition.
Oh,
Ooh,
Isn't it?
I don't like that. That's ripe for abuse.
What's the where do you see the abuse there?
The holy one.
Mm-hmm.
What's mine is yours, and what's yours is yours.
Mm-hmm.
That's an abuse of power almost, isn't it?
Yes,
Why?
it's giving up of any autonomy, any boundaries.
Yeah, offer it willingly or I'll just take it.
Oh, I don't think I understand what you're saying. I don't think that that's the. I think it is to say, it's the same as what's mine is yours and what's yours is mine, but without the expectation of reciprocity.
Oh, huh. Maybe that's the difference in, I don't know, the girl view and the boy view. I don't know.
Oh, Martha, that is exactly the line that that my brain is going right now. Yes.
Interesting.
I think it's, I don't know how old you are, but, you can look around and see who is valued more and who is protected more and who is left to fend for themselves more. And it's, you know, based on gender, it can be a very different view.
What's interesting is you're actually, I think, describing the what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine as
Years,
the
30 years of marriage. No.
From the other perspective, though, Rev.
yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly,
And
exactly.
when you said it, that's what I saw too.
Hmm. What do you mean? That's what you saw too?
When you said the holy disposition, I saw it from the other side too.
Oh, interesting.
I think
If
I guess
that is
the reason is the reason not to be so. I guess I'm only defensive from the standpoint that it is the opposite of
mhm,
expecting.
mhm. I think it I wonder if perhaps it's how hmm, hmm. Okay, this isn't a question.
Go ahead and say it. We'll
Is it
get
an
back to questioning
observation?
soon.
What I have noticed is that if behavior is like a pendulum and some people swing far to one side and need to find balance by swinging closer to the center or closer towards the other side, and vice versa. Those that would naturally or have been socially conditioned to always be giving, 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 giving are with no expectation of reciprocity are much more easily taken advantage of. And those people would need perhaps a holy disposition that is more of the what's mine is yours and what's yours is
Yours.
yours. So, what I'm suggesting is different messages for different people.
Yeah, totally. You know, it's so interesting. I'm thinking of like, where is the power? So for Judaism, there is no centralized power. Not even God is a centralized power.
Really? I
Yeah,
did not know that. That is really interesting.
the centralized power is in the democracy of the argument and um, yeah, the sorry, there's like an echo. Um,
I can mute, I'm not sure if it's me.
I don't think it's you. Um, oh, maybe it is. Interesting. Um, so in Judaism, there is no centralized power. I think that power is sometimes centralized in some communities. I think that but there is no overarching. centralized power. So I can definitely appreciate the ways in which that this sort of
David
thing
Strange
could be.
asks if that would be Adonai, if
Yeah,
that would be the
so
overarching power.
that's what I'm saying. Like God is not the overarching power. Um, if there is power, it is because people are saying what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine.
I
Um,
I would ask, is Judaism not influenced by the patriarchy?
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's if there is power, it is because people, men, are saying what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine.
And historically, they do the least amount of moderating their behavior, trying to move more centered just for keeping the peace sake.
Sorry, I did not understand what that meant.
Well, the real power, isn't it normally with whoever is less willing to moderate their behavior?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. There is like, um, okay, so the way that Jewish communities are structured is it's like in the most traditional sense, everybody is learning, everybody is studying these texts, and the people who are able to produce the best arguments are the people that establish the most amount of students, and the people who establish the most amount of students establish their own synagogue and their own sort of community. And that person who has established their community becomes what is called a rebbe, especially in Ashkenazi Judaism. Otherwise, a rabbi or a spiritual leader. Um, and this is mhm,
So the power actually resides with those who place him in that position and not him himself?
exactly.
Got it. Okay.
Judaism foundationally and necessarily is a democratization of power,
Okay.
but this also, as Philly was pointing out, uh, can often be patriarchal. Um, and I think that there are plenty of Jewish women that would say, like, oh, this is how things are, and that sort of thing. And we would look on with modern eyes and say, that's ridiculous. Like, you are submitting to this clearly patriarchal society, patriarchal system. Um, and also, in more liberal streams of Judaism, the same democratization of knowledge is what creates the the systems themselves as well. I think they just are more focused on egalitarian and maybe a combination of secular and Jewish values.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think most Christians ever spend that much time trying to even understand, like, the different denominations. A lot of the Christians, no matter what their denomination, they can't tell you who their founder was. They can't tell you the basic tenets of their belief. They certainly can't sit down and have a discussion that includes history and modern, combined. They just, in fact, a lot of them don't even read the scriptures, so they don't have much of a foundation to even. I don't think they even understand the concept. They certainly don't have a historical view of it. It's nice that you have that is such a important foundation for your belief. I mean, I think that's very cool. We kind of have one, but we're only 200 years old, so it's pretty easy to do. There's not near as much history to learn there.
Fair enough.
I would love to discuss sometime a video why religious tools don't work for women. It's a video.
Do you know who Crystal J is by any chance?
Me?
What's that?
I don't know who she is.
Philly. No, I was talking to Philly. Sorry, Martha.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, just let me finish my thought.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. It's hard to hear. I think the music's just a little bit loud. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Somehow I got turned up. My apologies.
No problem.
I recently watched a video essay called Why Religious Tools Don't Work for Women, or something like that. And it identifies the way socialization happens in most societies, how the spiritual path, the holy, to use the word that you used, Rav, goal, is generally different for men and for women because they are starting from different places. So to move towards what is holy, what is sacred, what is best is going to require a different kind of focus. And it's that idea, it's the ideas that are represented in this video that immediately came to mind when you outlined the 4 dispositions and labeled one of them as holy.
The one to be desired, the one to
Yes.
you should want to be.
Yes. Which I think assumes that everyone is coming from the same direction.
You mean like everybody's starts out at the same and equal position?
Not even same and equal, just same perspective, same personality, same foibles, same propensity towards selfishness. This video essay suggests that while most major world religions teach ego death, would need, rather than further ego death, is a building up of self so that there is more righteous anger, more a focus on justice for self and others, and less ego death because of the way in many societies women are socialized, which I find this concept to be fascinating, and it truly resonates with me, and I would be open to it as a potential belief being questioned as well.
Be open to what?
I would
Wanting
be open,
it to be questioned.
yeah.
I would like to get us back to questioning God's
Yes.
beliefs, people, but it is a fascinating take, and I can't say that it's wrong. I don't have a question for it at the moment. I don't know what Rav's thoughts are, though.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was, for whatever reason, it wasn't like. So, the what I was going to say was very much along this lines, and like Crystal J just put out an amazing video that was based on the book Standing Again at Sinai by Judith Plaskow, where it basically says like all of this is like all of this religious stuff is completely patriarchal. Like it has nothing to do with the female experience, the womanly experience, the feminine experience, um, and so much so. And actually, I think Fluff, Fluffsky do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard her talking about this on a live the other day, but like so much so that the entire system of biology has to be upended and misunderstood intentionally so as to center men as the creative power. Like, even so, both the inception of Adam, right? Like the creation of Adam, that Adam is now the creator that births Eve, and also uh, the um, uh, the idea that Mary would be impregnated by a non-man, that miraculously there's this like baby born, is just undermining the woman experience, the female experience, the womanly experience. I'm trying to use the right language, or I'm just exhausted. Um, and that I think. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
You,
Really, sorry.
do you mean like to downplay her role in the whole?
Downplay the role and also to ignore their perspectives, ignore the
And it was a
own
one-man
desires.
show then, huh? Or a one spirit show, I guess, instead of a combined effort.
It almost addresses Philly's point. I mean, it's peripheral about the, the the roles of women and their perspectives in religion. I think Philly's point was a little bit more about the not about the histories or the lore themselves, but what they're teaching, the teachings of the faiths.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal towards the ideal human experience being very male centric.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for noticing that, Thrayle. Fascinating conversation. Thrayle.
We need to believe
Going to say good night. I have a primary Sunday school recital that's practicing at 10 o'clock in the morning, so
you have fun with that, Martha.
I should probably get a
Hopefully
little
we'll
bit
get
of
to
rest.
question you again another time. I really appreciate you coming up here and being open and honest with your answers
I
and
so
really going on the
appreciate you
journey.
too. It's so interesting. Have a good night, everyone.
I
Good
can't
night.
follow Martha. I hope that we can speak again.
Oh, I would love that.
Oh, I cut her off, sorry. I didn't mean to, Martha. I do that to everybody, though. Appreciate you for being here.
Going through.
But then, it's going well, Hammy. That does open up a box now. If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, if you're open, not just having your belief questioned, but to questioning it yourself, well then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to argue or debate. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong or belittle you or make you look like a fool. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If you can, even question. Otherwise, we're all being mesmerized by the volcano.
Until I drop. I
need a better
find this
construct.
absolutely mesmerizing. I understand why Kat says that the volcano is the closest experience to God that Kat's ever had.
absolutely makes sense, and why she's headed to the volcano right now.
In person, I'm so jealous. This is a volcano in Hawaii that Kat in the Vat, who was just up here on panel, is currently driving to see in person. This is a volcano that is this is a live stream from YouTube that we're watching right now. Hammy, I have a question for you, Hammy.
Yes.
Why are you wrong?
Say that one more time.
Why are you wrong?
Oh, well, it's because it's Saturday.
Wait a second, it's Saturday.
Indeed,
All
it's
day.
Saturday.
Does that mean you have a belief in a God today, Philly?
Well, that means I'm more susceptible to a belief in God.
Have you heard of the god of bacon, Philly?
The God of bacon.
Okay, well,
Speaking of bacon, if you are baking your belief and believe that you can question it,
Is that question baconing?
request up.
Yeah, I think we
was
should
that?
invite
wow,
David
the
Strange up.
segues.
I think we should invite David Strange up to the panel.
Why is that?
Oh, he has some questions about Jews.
Oh,
I think David's been on panel once before. I don't recall our
David
entire
Strange and
interview.
come from the same place.
But
Hey,
reflect.
could you believe
I'm gonna
in?
mute your mic for now until you figure out how to make the music in the background go away. I don't need that. But I do want to know your age for TikTok TOS. See, I already got music.
I'm only 12.
Okay.
No, I'm not really. I'm 34, mate. Don't worry.
Room.
I'm 30.
He said 34. He did say 34 after he did the little fake voice and childish behavior. If you'd like to actually have your beliefs questioned, you can request backup.
I was with a customer. Did he try to be like, to try to mock you?
No, he just lied about
Okay.
his age to try to get the live taken down, and finally told the truth. So we'll give him a second chance here, but yeah.
I was trying to
your
be
age.
fun, man. I was trying to be fun with it, man. I wasn't trying to be negative. I was just being fun with it.
Can
man.
you repeat your
Life's
age?
too serious already. We got to be fun.
Yeah,
I'm 34, brother.
Great. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power?
Yeah, I just made it. I just made.
Can you stop talking
So I
over me?
believe in
You're gonna stop right now.
Go on. So go on. No, go on. Say,
Stop.
go on.
Stop.
Yeah, go on.
There's no need to talk over me. Don't do that weird thing where you coax me back into talking. Stop. Just stop. Do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that you sound a little bit like Keanu Reeves, which is quite cool. But yeah, generally, I do believe in God as not a singular but a plural.
Which gods
like
do you believe in?
I don't believe in gods. When I say gods, it's not gods, it's gods. And I believe in God is in the same space of matter and vibration.
Matter and vibration. What does that
Because
mean?
vibration is matter, but matter is just a lower density of vibration, right?
Can you tell me what vibration is?
It's God. Every vibration.
So gods are vibrations. Every vibration is God.
No, gods. Why are you saying gods? Because even though it's plural,
God is vibration.
it's singular because there's no
is
separation.
God.
Because separation
I see.
is a misidentification of oneness, right?
So monism.
No, but it's not monism. Like I'm not saying that there's no such thing as separation, because we live in a separate
You
world
just did.
where no, listen to what I'm saying, brother. I'm saying God, in my like my feeling, right, and my own coherence, yeah, doesn't make it true. It's my own perspective of what I've understood about life in my own way, yeah. Is that God is the seat of life, of creativity, which comes from the essence of vibration. That's what I mean. And when I say God, when I say plural, I mean it in like it's singular but plural at the same time, where people perceive separation is really oneness. I'm not monoistic. I'm saying there is a separation and oneness. It's occurring at the same time in the same timeline, but the energy is one as it flows through. What do you reckon?
What is energy?
You're supposed to be picking apart my beliefs, mate. You're doing a good job.
What is energy?
Energy is vibration. It's light.
Energy is vibration, is God, is light. Everything is, all is. But there isn't, but you're not saying there isn't separation, even though you're saying everything
I
is.
just told you there is separation in the idealization of it. But really, when it comes down to the fundamental quantum level, it's all connected. You're hating the fact you can't pick it apart in it because you know it's true.
No, shut up. Shut up for a second. I'm actually trying to read the comments.
Donut.
Shut the fuck up for a second. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop. Stop with your weird condescending attitude. Shut the fuck up. I'm actually trying to read the comments because something's happening, you fucking moron. So shut the fuck up for just a second. You shut the fuck up.
If you want to deal with the comments, I don't mind questioning this guy.
I don't think this is a guest. I think this is a troll who has no fucking manners, and he wants to be a condescending prick while I'm trying to deal with something else.
Well, if you are not a troll and you would like to have your beliefs questioned and you can have a respectful conversation, you can request up. And in the meantime, enjoy the relaxing, mesmerizing view of molten lava, which maybe, hopefully, at some point soon, a cat and a bat will be able to show us live.
Did you know that the Earth's crust is the equivalent of the skin of an apple? Like its thickness.
In thickness?
Yeah.
You know, I think I had heard that before. But that's like flabbergasting, right?
Right. And what's even more flabbergasting is the immense amount of pressure and heat that would keep the magma hot coming from the core all the way to the Earth's surface.
How much pressure, how much heat? It's humbling.
Bonkers is what that is. Yeah, humbling and bonkers.
It is. It is. I would love to see it in person.
3,959 miles between the core and the crust.
Wow. Wow.
Actually, that's from the center of the inner core. So it's about 3,500 miles
Okay.
Yeah, 3,500 miles to the outer core.
I remember what the golf ball divots analogy, that the if I remember it correctly, the surface of the earth has less variety in height above sea level, and earth is smoother than that comparatively.
Yeah, and the Mariana Trench would be the equivalent of a 1 millimeter chip
Wow. In a golf ball?
in a cue ball.
In a cue ball. Okay.
Yeah.
So Kat told me about a volcanic eruption that happened close to where she lives that completely wiped out a series of tide pools that had some species of animals that were literally nowhere else on Earth. And so she and I have talked about this at length at various times, because those species are gone. They're wiped out. They're literally, there's none left on Earth because of the eruption that took place. And for Kat, I don't want to put words into her mouth. Oh, there's Kat.
So, just
I
to
hear
put
frogs.
the distance in perspective. Oh, is that all you hear?
Now I hear you.
To put the distance in perspective, from what Rav said, the even the shorter distance is still farther than I am from Philly right now.
Well, I just looked it up, and it's the same distance from London to I literally just had it up on the screen, from London to JFK, or JFK to London. So New York City to London.
And also the tide pools. And the sticking point of this discussion is it's like the lava gives and the lava takes away, and that is how it has always been, and that's how it always will be. And it's like this beautiful like balance of things.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if things are in process, things are like it doesn't like it is horrific, and it is beautiful, and it is chaotic, and it is all the things. I mean, it's like tragic too.
Yeah, it's like those niches could only exist because those tide pools formed in old eruptions, but so like they wouldn't have existed without the volcano, but it's what took them out. That's like so darkly poetic and sad.
The whole thing is it's a
Thank
process.
you.
It's always like a highwind is in process. It is still being built.
And there will be another island after that.
Interesting. But we are here questioning beliefs, and I did run the last one off because of a random distraction. But if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. My mind will be up here on the panel.
I got a belief for you in the meantime.
Go for it.
Okay. So we have a discussion within Judaism about particularism versus universalism. And I think, the outside world, likes to mock Jewish people, saying things like, you think you're the chosen people, and without any earnest discussion of what chosen might even possibly mean outside of anything supremacist or something like that. But I think there is a need for people who are not the dominant people in society to say to themselves, I am good enough. I believe in myself. I'm good enough to walk with my head held high. And also, there is a need to promote peace and prosperity for all people. And so there's a necessary balance to say, like, I am chosen to be a good person, to be my best self, so on and so forth. And also, I am chosen to do things to exert my will and make the world a better place.
So the belief in question is, in short,
I'm scared to even say it because, like, the implications are just like, it opens the door to so much of anti-Semitic tropes. And I think I'm responding to this person that's in the comments.
Are certain questions delegitimizing in their very nature and should therefore not be asked?
I don't know. I think any question is worth asking, so long as the question is asked with genuine curiosity and not some rhetorical edge. Like, look at that. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you see that question that's in the comment right there?
What does that even mean?
Where do we draw this line where, like, somebody asks something from ignorance that is inappropriate and steeped with implication, and where somebody has some intention behind it? Like, how do we draw that line? How do we know?
Well, the person, I mean, in this particular situation, the person began by making an outrageous claim that is so easily Googled.
No, Rav, I know.
Yeah.
I'm
Was it a
asking
claim
in
or a
general.
question?
Say it again.
Was there a claim in the question?
Yeah.
I think there might have been.
But what was your question, Kat? I think more generally, I think I had an answer more generally. You're muted, Kat. I don't know if you know that.
I did. Yes, that is what I was asking. Because I do know what happened here, but I was asking in general.
Well, ask it again, because I think I was responding to this person, but I think I have a better answer more broadly if you could just ask it one more time.
Sorry, I didn't realize that's what you were saying. 1 second. I didn't want to chew in your ear.
Then, about 18 years later, the kid had grown into a strong, sure-footed young man. Still, he clung to his childhood.
What is going on, Hammy?
Oh my gosh, I didn't even know.
I was gonna say that.
That was amazing.
He's like all the way gone too. That's funny. I was I said,
couldn't
okay,
hear
hold
him.
on, cool, composure. I said, what, where do we draw? Okay, so sometimes people ask questions that are from genuine ignorance and they have this, they are steeped with these implications, but the question comes from a genuine place of ignorance and they don't realize the implications they're steeped with. And then sometimes, um, it's not that, right? So where do we draw the line? Like, how do
Yeah.
we determine?
Well, so I am positive you know, or at least are aware that microaggressions exist. And I think that um, first and foremost, it's important to trust the people who are saying, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm. No,
And
I
also,
under-
I think the general disposition, and I think I do a pretty decent job about this, of trust and verify in the same way, like trust and verify or clarify and verify. I was maybe trust, clarify, and verify. So trust initially that the person is asking out of ignorance or whatever, like to not have an offended disposition, um, and then clarify the question to make sure that you know, in the same way that Thrayle does it. Like this is exactly what we're doing. We are clarifying beliefs. We are clarifying dispositions and opinions and such. And then verify if there's a claim that's being made. Um, let's find out. Let's do that together. And I think, like for the most part, calling in. And I think, man, I think that requires an unfair burden, but a necessary burden on the people who are experiencing the microaggression to begin with, to explain and parse out and spoon feed to people what is problematic. And I think it's interesting because we wouldn't expect that from most minorities. And yet,
it's kind of what I was trying to do for that guy on that other live earlier, right? I think I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, um, and make a case that if you're educated in a place that only allows access to certain information, then maybe that's all the information you have, right?
right.
Now that didn't work out because he was just delusional, but um,
Correct me if I'm misunderstanding. Are you saying that you feel like, or you see like within your community that you're expected to have to like correct the microaggressions more than other like minority communities have to, or like have feel like you have to do the emotional work to correct people more than like other minority groups have to?
I don't know if it's necessarily more, but something that like I have definitely seen.
It's noticeable whether it's more or not. It's impactful.
mhm.
Yes,
It's
the
something.
impact exactly.
So, like
Like
as a woman, I also do this often, like very often with men, right? The microaggressions, the correcting. Um, it is something that is like a daily part of life, and I imagine like being in a minority community that's even more of a minority than women, right? Um, or more of a marginalized group than women in general, like that makes it more impactful or
so,
more frequent.
yeah, I think yes, 110%. And also, Blake, to answer your question, like, I think it's a very common and understandable thing to say, like, it's not my job to educate you, right? Like, I think, like, during the kind of um, moments following George Floyd, like the fact that people needed to be educated on like why this was such an explosive event was astonishing to me, and I can only imagine how astonishing the fact that people had any questions to ask of the African American community about why this was such an explosive moment in American history. And like it was not the obligation of any African American person to educate anybody else on why that was an explosive moment. And so now, um, and now consider that plus the notion that if I correct somebody on anything that is anti-Semitic or anything that is absolutely just clearly a trope or a microaggression of Jewish people, um, I sound like a crazy person because it is of the zeitgeist that that Jews are such and such. And so I sound like I'm making shit up, as Mateo so eloquently put in the comments. As soon as I become defensive or call it out or point it out. And then I have to go on I have to write a
And
dissertation for somebody just to explain why their anti-Semitic bullshit is bullshit.
this is
Yeah,
why
And
it's
it just gets
important for
really old.
people
I have given
me,
I've given
all of
I've
us,
given six
to
speeches in the last 4 weeks. I've given six speeches in the last 4 weeks to various high schools and middle schools and teachers and and various civic sort of engagements about why it's inappropriate for there to be symbols from the 1930s Germany drawn on school property. And it's like and other things. I mean, that's just one example. Um, like, why am I speaking to school boards about this? Don't they teach
and
Anne Frank?
this is why it's important for people who are outside of those communities to also point out and correct the things like that they see. Like it's why it's important for men to stand up to other men when they're misogynist. That's why it's important for you and me to point out people's casual anti-Semitism when we hear it. Thank you.
Hmm.
Um, because if it comes from somewhere outside of that community, it somehow suddenly is more valuable, even though that is not true. It's perceived that way.
And and yes, 1000%. And also, I think it is like, um, look, this guy David Strange in the comments, he says, so everything is anti-Semitic. Like, can we ask anything? And he's got like his little cute little emoji, and his like bio line is the vessel of the Lord's will.
And to that question also, like I ask Rav some really intense questions, like on the regular, um, and they're it's never it's never an issue. Do you want to know why? Because my intention is always genuine, right, Rav?
Exactly.
And so it is truly like he knows that my intention is always genuine. I never have like a ulterior motive or anything. I am on a genuine quest for understanding, and that is the difference.
The idea that the questions are being censored is frustrating me. It's not that questions are being censored. There was a loaded implication in that question. And it took me a while to find it, because by the time I was looking for it, I was already on to the next guest. And the only reason why this person has remained in the comments is because I thought there was a teachable moment. I don't know if that's their implication, if they implied that because of the misinformation they were given, or if they imply that to make the implication. if you know what I mean. I don't. I think one of those is anti-Semitic, and the other one could be. Well, it is still anti-Semitic. It's just whether or not you passed it along through ignorance, and that's being charitable.
Yeah, the emotional burden of having to excuse me, I can't speak, correct the misinformation about minority groups that like white supremacy creates and disseminates as a way to justify their actions is like insidious and not talked about enough. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so like when somebody says, and so why can't Israel allow its citizens to have DNA tests? Like that is clearly a rhetorical question that is simply Googleable as false. Like it's an insane sort of thing to like say shit that is just like clearly rage bait, clearly just like has no basis in reality. Sorry for what?
Also, I'm on here and my people is not my favorite response.
You're muffled, Cat. Didn't catch you.
Oh, is it saying far and
Muffled and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, muffled and Wi-Fi, but she's there. Well, I think at least for the night, we're gonna move on.
Yep.
From where's that button? For the night, we're gonna let somebody think about a way to do that a different way, and maybe they'll come back, having learned something. If they come back, and if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and they're open to having their beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? What does it condemn? And what does it justify? When you work that out, maybe you can help me with the other question I didn't put on the board that my friend Saints kind of inspired. What does it cost? Yeah.
Let Thrayle burgle your gods.
Don't let me burgle your gods. Just let me ask you why you haven't left them behind already. But also, I'm going to thank Rooted in the Pines, Duricius, Michael V, Noctis, Freak Scene, good to see you, Freak Scene, Z the Witch, Rachel, Hammy, Amoria, and of course, Donkey. Thank you all so much for helping with that gift goal. You just oinked over my thanks to Donna B. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When that guest said that you sound like Keanu Reeves, I thought, does that make Thrayle God by what Beck said?
Oh shit, that's right. It was Keanu Reeves as God. I don't think. How do I sound like Keanu Reeves?
That was my biggest thing. Is I heard him say Keanu Reeves, and I was like, "That what? He does not sound like Keanu Reeves one bit."
Yeah, I think your voice is lower. Keanu Reeves has like a little bit of the Valley accent, and that they picked up from being in Hollywood in their teenage years.
Can Thrayle have a Valley accent?
Can you put on
I'm
the
not even
Valley
sure.
accent, Thrayle? The best is
Like a Valley accent? I have no idea what you mean.
The best part is when people speak Spanish in a Valley accent. Oh my god. It's tan rico.
I really don't know. Is it just like the inflection like
Estás
that?
hablando?
Like, yo no tengo tiempo para tus tonterías, niña.
Like totally Gross. Gross for being here.
I don't think I could do a Valley accent. Like, not if I tried. It would sound wrong.
That Valley accent. Not even with the Valley accent does he sound like Keanu Reeves.
Be excellent.
I was trying to get Blake to laugh because Shannon said that she needed one of Blake's laughs. She's having a tough time at work.
Yeah, so was Thrayle tonight. Y'all are in that one together.
Compact Infinity wants to say, Thrayle, you're like totally such a poser.
Only posers fall in love. Y'all keep asking that. You think if there's somebody in the request that we'd be sitting here making stupid movie references and access? No.
Well, to be honest, sometimes I do make people just sit in their requests. Not to be rude, but I just know the conversation they bring, and I don't want to go that direction yet, or we just have other directions to go. But right now, nobody's in queue. So,
Alright, who wants to sit in the hot seat?
Yeah, somebody's got a belief rife for the questioning.
I feel like I put out my beliefs a couple times tonight.
I did it like
Yeah, you don't need to be in the hot seat.
Rav is always in the hot seat, even when he's not.
Yep, that's true.
I know,
My
it's
seat's
almost
toasty.
not fair.
I got the seat warmers on constantly.
I've been questioned about my former beliefs.
That's boring.
Yeah, you don't believe them.
You don't believe anymore.
Like totes. Totes boring.
They were pretty horrendous beliefs, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, that's so totally boring.
As if.
I don't like this.
I don't either.
Like cat,
really
you don't like.
Oh my god, I meant to get here earlier, but the 405 is like jammed end to end.
All the way up to Encinas.
Kylie says I need to work on mine, but I told her, I was like, I don't hang around enough Valley people in order to be able to do a good version of it.
We're just hearing Rav go through his house.
It's true.
Put away everything in the pantry. Did I do it again?
Open the squeakiest door.
It's the squeakiest door in the house is usually the pantry. It really probably isn't usually. That's me just saying something random. Does anybody have a belief?
I think that is weirdly accurate now that I think about it.
The garage door. Yeah, see, that shouldn't be squeaky. You've got WD-40 in there somewhere, don't you? Olive oil. Nice. Well, here we sit, watching the offering of Pele.
Yeah, I'm trying to like.
Man,
I'm trying to hold out for like actual fountains, which I do think are going to happen, but you know.
Yeah, it should be like it's been like any moment for 24 hours now, so
I know.
and the fact that it's taking this long means it's going to be crazy.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be so good. I can't wait.
Knock on wood, I probably just jinxed it. Watch it splurt out the side of the mountain somewhere.
Tyler and I were just talking about that a second ago, though. We were like, those fountains are gonna be so big with the way it's been. Like,
Hmm. 82 people and no
not one belief.
believers.
Come on.
No, that means we should be like soaring in the likes. We should be tapping so wildly that 82 people, only half of them can really be asleep at one time, right?
You know what we should be doing?
Maybe it's more.
No, but you know what we should be doing?
What's that?
Questioning the questioner, maybe. That usually works.
We could turn it on the questioner. I think I have.
Just for a few minutes.
That one should. Yeah, I forgot to lower the text. Oops. Yeah, the little host tag is covering up the can. It's just you question your beliefs.
It's a
question
demand.
The questioner.
Yeah. It's not a request or a question, it's a demand. You question.
You question your beliefs.
Only you can question your beliefs.
No, not only you. It's better if you get help.
I was trying to make that like only you can prevent forest fires.
only you can question your beliefs. You question your belief. You question your belief. You no, not you. You don't. We don't need you to question your beliefs, but you question your beliefs.
Thrayle.
That
Do you
is the
have
name I go by.
any beliefs?
I just expressed one not 3 minutes ago.
Do you have any beliefs other than that one?
Oh, other than the pantry door usually being the squeakiest.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's situational, but I believe some things that I've heard before, and I often am left to question those.
Do you have an example?
The pantry door.
Shut up. Are you being intentionally vague?
Usually.
Can you tell you're annoying me?
Yes.
Do you believe that?
Usually again.
I thought he was going to say usually too.
Do you believe that most sandwiches are inedible?
I mean, by definition. I don't know. I would have to actually check the edibility of certain materials, and maybe if you consider vacuum space, in all of its infinite layers.
Has this show changed your relationship with sandwiches?
Wait, what?
Has this show changed your relationship with sandwiches?
Oh, dramatically. I probably eat fewer of them. Well, I mean, actually, I think I eat the same amount as I always did, but I eat fewer colloquial sandwiches.
When you eat a sandwich, isn't it like, depending on whatever you put on the sandwich, isn't since every aspect that you put on is a sandwich, that you're eating a sandwich?
Well, I mean, yeah, every sandwich is a sandwich of sandwiches.
I don't think the sandwich is exponential though, is it? Like, I just feel like that's not how the sandwiches work.
I mean, as much as matter is.
Well, if he's eating a ham and cheese sandwich, right? The ham itself is a sandwich. The cheese is a sandwich. Whatever dressing, whether it be mayonnaise, mustard, whatever, that's a sandwich. And then each slice of bread is a sandwich. So it's sandwich.
Right. What I'm saying is I don't think exponential growth applies to sandwiches. Like, I don't think you can a quadruple sandwich a sandwich. I think it's just a sandwich, even if like it's made up of much smaller sandwiches.
Right, a sandwich made of sandwiches is still just a sandwich. It doesn't need to be a sandwich. That's redundant, because everything is a sandwich.
So is sandwich just binary? Is this Boolean or fuzzy logic?
Bouillon?
Binary. Well, no, that's technically not correct. Boolean's like and or not binary. So.
Yeah. Boolean. Okay. I was thinking bouillon, like bouillon.
Sorry. I go real Cajun with that. Bouillon.
A bouillon cube is also a sandwich.
It is. Technically, Boolean logic is also sandwich.
Yes. How's it going, Frixie?
It's okay. How are you guys?
Doing pretty good. You absorbing the sandwich?
I am trying to, yes. I love sandwiches.
Have you ever heard the formal sandwich? Like, what makes a sandwich and everything sandwich?
I mean, I've heard it like partially, but I'm not privy to the whole explanation.
It's really simple. It's the if everything layered or that can be described as layered is a sandwich, and everything is layered or can be described as layered, then everything is a sandwich.
Okay. So, unlike a 7-layered dip that you might eat, it's different from that.
Well, like a 7-layered dip would still be a sandwich.
Oh, okay. Like a hot dog is a sandwich?
But you're a sandwich, and I'm a sandwich, and Thrayle's a sandwich.
Yeah, we're sandwiches too. And so is a
Oh.
hot dog, of course. Yeah, so a hot dog is very simply a sandwich. I gotta thank Duricius and Kylie. Also, gotta thank Naomi, Mateo, and Anki Bubs. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. But yeah, an Oreo is definitely a sandwich user.
Literally everything is a sandwich. Like literally everything.
Yeah, the lava on screen is a sandwich.
I think you're a pan sandwichist.
Well, I mean, it's undeniable once you hear the logic.
European famous.
His sandwich epistemology is absurdism, which is amazing. It's the only correct sandwich epistemology stance to have.
So, with the questioner on here, Thrayle, if you were to believe in a god, let's pretend, what would be your most important question to said god? Besides, why are we here? What are we, like, what is our meaning? Like, what do you, like, deep down, like, want to know if there was such a thing?
I know the answer to this.
Oh, fuck. Like, let him in. I was going to ask you the same thing, Philly, but go ahead.
Thrayle is going to ask this deity, why am I wrong about sandwiches?
Oh, okay. I love sandwiches as well, but, like, I'm hungry now, but
Philly, did I not just get done telling you that his sandwich epistemology is the only correct sandwich epistemology stance
It wouldn't
to
be
have?
about sandwiches. I would ask it what I should ask.
you would ask him, what should I ask?
Uh-huh.
You would throw it back at him.
Yeah.
Or her.
Absolutely. Or her. Or it.
Yes. Okay. Boy, that was very anticlimactic. Okay.
I know.
Wait, hold on. You expected a different answer from somebody who has built his TikTok around questioning beliefs?
I was being optimistic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would think that a god would know the best question to ask.
And what do you think that question would be? Oh.
There you go. Way to throw it back at me. As if I'm God.
Oh, pretend. Just pretend. It's all pretend because God is pretend, right? We're just pretending here.
It's a hypothetical. Engage with the hypothetical.
It is. It is.
He's currently hoping that somebody with a belief does request him so that way he doesn't have to answer it.
Don't interrupt him.
I really am thinking.
I hear you.
If I met a god,
just kidding,
and I asked it what I should ask, what do I expect it would tell me I should ask? I expect that it would you would know the most concise way to fulfill all of my curiosity, or as much as possible, in one question.
I agree. It's like the invention that nobody ever sees coming, but you see it, and as soon as you see it, you know that's like, oh my God, that's exactly what we needed, right? No?
I feel like whatever question it would be, it would fit like a glove. It would be all these times I'm stammering, trying to get the right question to the front of my brain. It would be the one that fits every moment and explains as many mysteries as I can imagine, and more. It would be a godly question.
A godly question.
Wouldn't that question just be why?
Well, I yeah, it could be, but I did say, like, not why are we here, but or something bigger. Like, is there a bigger question?
I would say that it'd just be why, not why are we here, just why. Because every answer, if it could be satisfactory, would be like fulfilling when it came to just asking why.
Right, but there's so many answers to why. Like, why is the sky blue? Like, we know that. Like,
I think it's to God that asking it a question would end with you feeling less satisfied than you did when you got there.
You're so muffled, Kat.
Oh, I don't know how to fix it. I guess I just wait. I feel like asking a God a question could not ever lead to a satisfactory answer. Like, I don't feel like there is an answer that would be satisfactory for any question, because like that's just gonna lead to more questions, and also like you're probably just gonna be angry at the end of it. So
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. But if it's a patient God, if you will, like, then maybe they are patient to answer more questions. I mean, would it be us that's getting angry, or the God in quotations that's getting angry? Like, it could be a back
it could
and
be
forth.
both.
Right? I would love it if it was a back and forth and you could figure out what the fuck is going on here.
I like not knowing.
You like not knowing? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I fucking hate it.
Why?
Why?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because there's no answers. Like, there's no, like, resolution as to what the fuck is
Why
going
do you
on.
need it?
Why do I need it?
Why do you need to know?
I mean, personally, I like having a resolution to an issue. Like, if you have an argument with your spouse or
Is
your
this an issue?
SO.
Is being alive or living on this earth an issue? Is this an issue to be
Yes.
solved or resolved?
Yes.
Why does it
Why?
need resolution?
I mean, what's the point if there isn't a resolution? Like,
Point to
There
who?
isn't a point. Why does
is
there
it
have to be a
just?
point?
I mean, there doesn't have to be, but that's a personal decision, right? Like, that's just the way
Point.
you feel.
You say, what's the point? When you say point, what do you mean?
I mean, is there some kind of bigger meaning to us being alive and just being around here? I want I want to say energy just to like make everyone angry, but I just I just don't use. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I don't believe in energy. I just like. What is the point to us being around here? Is it just like somebody's joke, or are we just here just to be here? Like, I like to have a resolution to issues, and being
What
alive
would you
is
do
easy.
with that resolution? If you had the answer to life, the universe, and everything, what would you do with that answer?
Die in peace.
You know what I would do with it? I would make it the gift goal on my life every night as often as I could, and if I didn't, I'd put a 0 after it because it's even funnier.
What if
But
you?
then I'd
Okay,
still
so what
want
if
to know
the
what the
answer?
question is.
I would too.
What if the answer? What if the answer is that it's all a joke, or that God, literally, like we're a television show for God, and our lives are meaningless ultimately, and nothing happens after we die, and that we're just like, I don't know, ants in an ant farm or whatever. What if that's the answer?
I mean, then it's an answer. I just want an answer.
No matter how much you dislike the answer.
Agreed. Yes.
Why?
Why? Because I like resolution.
I'm sorry. How does that resolve anything, though?
It brings peace of mind to me.
What peace of mind does that provide? A knowing, or
Just a knowing, just a knowledge of whatever is fucking happening, that you just have that knowing. Just knowledge is power, right? So just knowing that just gives you like, or gives me, not you, it just gives me a peace of mind that lets me sleep at night.
sorry, not you.
You don't have to apologize.
Well, I didn't want you to think that I was calling you a motherfucker because I just said that and it wasn't to you.
Oh, you called me a motherfucker? Well, fuck you.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to finish
No,
these
y'all
pictures that I
successfully.
painted.
Well, fuck you too.
Now we're dialing.
I want to let y'all.
What was that, Hammy?
I wanted to let y'all know that y'all have successfully made it.
This is what question the questioner is. We get 3 or 4 softballs, and then everybody starts questioning each other.
Right?
Or we get a guest.
You did it.
I don't know. I just like have this, and I'm enamored by the unknown. I am enamored by the fact that we could sit here literally all day, every day, and come up with different theories on what the fuck's going on here. And I'm enamored with the fact that we'll never know.
And I enjoy that too. Like I enjoy like looking at other theories and possibilities, but I do like my ultimate goal is to figure out what the hell is this all about. And maybe that's not everybody's end game, but that's mine.
Do you understand and accept that you will likely never know?
Yes. But it would be cool, right? If we did, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't want to, but if you want to, that I hope that you find some answer that gives you some clarity or peace one day.
Yeah, and same to you. Like, or if you don't want that, then that's cool too.
Do you want to know, Freakscene, because you want the utility of the answers, or do you want the enjoyment of the discovery?
Oh, that's a good question. So yeah, the enjoyment of the discovery is probably what I'm after because I enjoy learning things. Yes. I mean, is that a bad answer?
Then I hope you never find the full answer so you can keep enjoying discoveries on the way.
Oh.
Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. If there's a supposed to. Hammy's got a question for me.
I do. What has been the biggest regret from from starting these lives?
Every person I have to show the exit to is the biggest regret.
Is it because that communication couldn't be had? So you would say that your biggest regret from these lives is failed communication.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you ever look back on some of those and seeing what you could have done differently?
I don't want to say constantly, because it's not like, not quite like that. But I reflect often on my mistakes.
I know a lot of them is because of the people themselves making an ass of themselves.
Sure, that happens, but there is still some accountability there for me for making the choice that it's time to move on, that there's no going forward for me in that situation or that communication, and that's still my choice.
I'm satisfied with that answer because I think that's some of my biggest regrets from coming up on this panel is some of us who are up here regularly questioning and the person who is getting questioned.
I think that it's really special that that I think all of us would agree our biggest failures are like where we lost our temper or failed to communicate. There's a lot of self-reflection there.
100%.
I think that showing anger, especially because sometimes the guest has said some fairly atrocious things that caused me to lose my anger. But
That
the things that
you
when
lose your anger, you still control that moment, though, don't you?
I do, and
insofar as control is had.
Yeah, I think that the only thing I do regret about those moments is the fact that this is your panel, and that's not something that you want happening on your panel. And I regret that. But the way I spoke to the individual, I don't regret.
I can understand that. I do want to shift before. Well, hello, funny mama.
Do I get to ask a question?
You do get to ask a question.
Oh my gosh, I feel so blessed. Okay, so do you ever feel like the anger of what you're seeing in the world potentially led you to the person you are, or then
I'm sure I'm influenced in some way by what I see in the world. I hope that the person I am is in spite of that and not because of that.
Why do you hope? Like, what do you hope for?
I hope that I am who I am, not because of seeing anger in the world and not wanting to be that way or wanting to project it or further it. But I was taught well, and that others can be as also. That it doesn't require seeing horrible things to not want to further that.
Okay. Being an example of a good person is what you hope to other people see. Is that what
I don't know that that's what I'm meaning. I just mean that I hope that if I am, doesn't require seeing horrible things in the world to become good or to become that. I hope that we can teach that without seeing the examples of how not to be played out again and again, so that they don't have to be played out again and again to teach the next generation.
So it's not in spite of bad things necessarily. It's like if a bad thing happened and it wasn't a person that did it, just a bad situation that upset you, how do you choose to reconcile that with carrying on in the same demeanor?
When someone hurts me, how do I choose to keep moving forward?
Not if someone hurts you, but if something happens, like if there's a accident and a loved one is taken away, how do you, reconcile that and keep the same demeanor? And
I'd like to think that I would be able to, in some way, maintain myself through that kind of loss. As I have in the past, it's always been difficult, and I think that those losses can be changing. But to keep whatever for demeanor this is, I mean, I don't know.
you're just a cool dude.
I didn't mean it like that. I just...
Thank you so much for allowing me this time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know what it is that makes me me. So how I hold on to it through a tragedy or a loss. I can only hope that I will. And do I exist today? How much? Are you asking my percentage of existence assurance?
No, we're not. No, we're not there yet.
Here we go.
Do we really exist, though?
Bars. Yeah. Stop it.
Don't do that.
I'm not putting her anywhere. She's clearly already in the job.
Love you. I'll drop.
I'm actually. Wait. Funny Mama, I have a question for you. I've been wanting to ask. It's gonna seem a little off the wall.
Okay.
Kat actually wants to ask it if her signal's good.
Okay. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. This is a good question to ask her.
Oh shit.
I feel like you guys are so organized.
It's actually
I need some.
both of you. I'm just here a lot, and there's been a trend. Freaksine, I want to ask you this too, but you can't answer until after she does. Like, you have to answer second.
Will do.
Okay. Does God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
So you're asking me first, right? Or are you?
Yes.
Okay. No, not necessarily.
Why not?
I only want people to strive to be their best in whatever it is. So, and I don't mean my husband, I'm not talking about him, just so we're clear. But there are religious differences between him and I and how we were raised. So I'm just trying to be clear that a religion or a belief in God doesn't need to drive you, but you can acknowledge.
Right.
So this world is confusing to me in that
does
sense.
the God itself have to?
But if you're going to mention
Does the
God, then I better be able to see the actions and.
Yeah, hang on, Funny though, just to make sure it's clarity. Does the God have to exist for the God to be meaningful?
I mean, yes, the God has to exist for it to be meaningful. Like, you have to believe in God in order for you to understand what the truth.
No, not have to believe in it. It doesn't have to actually exist.
Sorry, you're breaking up, Kat. I'm lagging.
No, it's her Wi-Fi.
Yes, you know.
Yeah, no, it's her Wi-Fi. Funny.
Still got the whole Wi-Fi's.
Can you help me clarify it, please?
Oh, she said you know what the question is, so can you help?
Yeah, the question was, I thought I did clarify it. Does the God have to exist for the God to be meaningful?
Do you have to believe in it for it to be meaningful, but does it have to actually exist?
No. So, as an example, yeah. I mean, you can believe in Santa Claus, right? And if you believe in Santa Claus, like any thought that you have, I feel, whether it's positive or negative.
Even if you don't believe in it, right? Like if,
yeah.
So for instance, you would see it then that if, like Gandalf the Grey doesn't have to exist for Gandalf the Grey to be meaningful, to have a meaning.
Right.
Character in a book.
Absolutely. So, as
What's
an
your
example,
answer,
like
Freaksine?
Freaksine and I were we watched, babe, what did we watch? I'm terrible at remembering movies tonight. Elf. Elf. With our son. It should be very, very easy to say. It's one syllable. I'm so bad at this game.
It's not a game. What's your favorite color?
It's a game with emotes only. I can't name actors or whatever. So we were watching Elf, and again, my son is 6. Our son is 6. And we've never let him believe, never introduced him to Santa. But he sees all these things, of course.
He's come by a few times. We just haven't like made proper introductions, right?
What did you say? He flew by a few times?
Yeah, we just haven't made proper.
We don't have children on this. Do we?
No. So
anyway,
no.
From the very beginning, we didn't.
Show.
Oh, we're not going to do the whole magic thing. We're not going to do all that. But I love Christmas. I'm not going to lie. And so he starts asking questions, of course. But I'm like, find the meaning behind this. Like, could it be God? Or could it be something else that you believe in that just, like, makes you strive to be a better person? Doesn't matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a very pointed question, like towards religion. Like, if you believe in a certain religion, then yes, you are gonna believe that God does need to existence, that you can believe in something that you can be good without God having to be real.
I have another question for you. Yeah, freak scene. How did you come to that conclusion that if you are religious, you are going to think that God has to exist to be meaningful?
Well,
like,
because
that was your came to?
No, is how I was raised. That's just how I was, what I was taught. But that doesn't mean that God has to exist in order for that entity to be meaningful.
Thrayle, did that just add a whole new layer of this to you, to you?
Not really. He just recognized the pattern.
I mean, I suppose, yeah, but you recognized the pattern without knowing that there was a pattern that we had recognized.
No, I recognize the pattern too. I'm here.
Oh no, there's a pattern. No, there's a pattern.
He watches the live. I mean.
Oh, okay. Okay, you watched the live. Right?
I'm brand new.
And watch it. I was like, that was wild.
He's brand new. He's never been.
No, I just like forget that sometimes. I forget that sometimes you watch and don't come up, and so I was like, the fuck? No, but you do watch, so you have heard us ask this to people. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, yes.
I was gone for a second, but Santa's totally real, right?
Absolutely.
Establish that?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
I thought so.
The truth of Santa Claus.
That somebody was trying to say Santa's not real, and I was just gonna laugh. I was gonna be like, "What do you mean? Of course he's
real. Chris is real. Don't you remember, you guys?
No, I mean, I still do, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I still do St. Nicholas videos to show, like, giving back. Like, I still instill
the message.
So, yeah.
But Santa is real. Funny moment.
Okay, Hammy, you will get a full stuffing of gold. Just for that.
She said coal, not gold.
Oh, I said gold. I'll even give you
brown-nosing Santa over here.
If Santa wasn't real, why would they have a song like "Here Comes Santa Claus"? Here comes Santa Claus, write down Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Tell me though how my mom was kissing Santa Claus when I was younger. Hammy.
Underneath the mistletoe last night.
Yeah. That was messed up.
So before we do get the what the fuck screen,
I was waiting for it.
I was thinking about it, but I don't have a square one. I'd have to change. I have to shrink Philly's.
No, it's just funny, Mama. What the fuck?
I know. I'm sorry. I derail everything. I will. You can drop me. You can drop me down nicely, Thrayle, so you don't have to feel guilty.
I'm just kidding.
I will. I will actually take you up on it just to clear up some boxes.
Love you.
I'm gonna. You, take care. I appreciate you as always. We're gonna also. I think we do have a request. I don't know if you meant to request, so they'll disappear as soon as I accept. Yep, they didn't mean to. But if anybody does mean to request stuff, hit the box. One of those boxes at the bottom. I'm not here to debate you or tear you down. I'm not looking to argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what are your beliefs and why do you believe them? And maybe if you can answer those questions, you too can question the questioner.
I believe that we need a lava fountain.
Well, you're in luck.
No, it's not. That's not a fountain.
That's just overflow. That's only 50
that's
feet
not
of
even.
lava. We're waiting for hundreds of feet of lava.
We're waiting for 1,000+
Are we
feet of
lava
lava.
spoiled?
Is it on your Santa's wish list?
Tonight was not even technically an eruption.
This is an oozing. Oh, there's a gushing, but it's still just oozing.
It's a sputter.
I think the technical term is pistoning,
spewing. Pistoning.
I read that on there.
Do I look like I'm a volcano scientist?
Volcanologist, Hammy. That's what it is.
Volcano scientist.
This isn't Star Trek.
It's a volcan. No, it's volcanologist. That's the word. It's the real word. It's volcanologist.
It's definitely
Okay,
volologist.
Cat, your made-up words like volcanologist.
It's a fun name. Like
It
imagine
is a
if
fun
that was your
name.
job.
It
You
is
were
a
like,
fun-
I'm a volcanologist.
Hello, it's
I
me.
think that sounds too much
I feel
like
like you've been here before. Wait a minute.
I feel like I have. You can hate me.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
45.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
It changes from day to day.
And today?
I don't.
Why don't you have a belief in a god? Why don't you believe in a god today?
I'm thinking. None of my kids called me and I felt sad.
Kids called and you feel sad.
They did not.
Oh, they didn't call and you feel sad.
Yeah, but it's okay. Oh, I still believe, I guess. See, I'm confused.
What are you confused about? Oops.
Thrayle. They were only partially correct.
Partially correct about what?
Well, they said that they believed in a god only sometimes. So sometimes they were correct and sometimes they weren't.
How would you know? What if they believed in a god as intermittently as a god exists?
Don't question my system.
I mean,
Well, since you
God,
the questioner, how does a God intermittently exist? Is that what you said?
I wouldn't know.
Me either.
Well, why are
But,
you wrong?
but can you know that it doesn't?
No, and that's the big question, right? But why be there and not be there? Like, why, like, come in and out, right?
Because it's Schrodinger's God.
I mean, why just pick a side, like, be there or not be there? I mean, wouldn't you do that for your kids? Like, let's say that we are all children of God, if you will. Like, either you're there or you're not. You're not. I mean, okay. Right?
I mean, sometimes I'm here on the panel and sometimes I'm not. So,
Sure.
why would a God not sometimes be there and sometimes not?
What's its goal? What would be her or its goal?
Why would there need to be a goal?
Don't answer my question with a question. All right.
I answer with a question, and it's somewhat to be funny, but also somewhat because the fact is that, even if a God exists, I wouldn't even begin to fathom what its goal would be.
What would be your goal?
What would be my goal?
Yeah, if you have kids, like, what would be your goal there?
If I had kids, my goal is to provide for them and give them the tools to be able to provide for themselves when they get older.
Right. So coming in and out of their lives would be productive, or no?
Well, that's the thing, is that we're talking about a God here, not a human with children. If I created everything, I would create him and then give them the tools to figure out things on their own.
And just come in and out, like, as you believe.
Sure. I don't see what the issue would be.
Okay.
Which is why it leads back to, I don't understand why a God wouldn't be there and not there. Because if I give you the tools to survive, and you survive, you made it. My goal is accomplished.
I mean, okay. I disagree with you, but that's okay. I don't, like, if we were to believe in a God, if per se, like, believe, then it just feels like, why would he come and go? Either he's here or he's not. I don't believe in God. But I don't believe that he would come and go. Like, that's a different belief for me. That's something I haven't thought about before, and it's interesting.
I wouldn't understand why a God would consistently need to be there. If he gives you the tools to survive and to figure things out, why would he need to be there?
Well, I kind of feel like I touch on this. Like, I feel like God's creations, if they are his creations, are like his kids. Like, you wouldn't want to not be there. Like, you wouldn't want to come and go. But I'm repeating myself, and I don't want to do that. So that's it.
I wonder why two atheists are arguing about the intermittent nature of a
Good question.
non-existent God.
Hello.
Hey, Night Shift. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure. I'm 37.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No,
Why not?
I just have no proof.
What would that mean to you, proof of a god? What would that look
You
like?
know, that's a really good question that I've obviously asked myself. I think I would need like a literal angel or something, miracle, to be held like in front of me. And, like, I don't believe it if I don't see it.
And if you saw this miraculous thing held in front of you, would you accept it without question, or would you question your own perception?
I wouldn't accept it immediately. I think I would have to, like, kind of have like my own like tests, like, could this be done by humans? Can this be something that humans could manufacture? Until then no.
And when you had this, whatever proof, whatever evidence that comes to you, would you worship the God that provided that testable evidence, or would you need something more?
I don't think I would ever worship anything. That's a really specific word for me. I would never worship anything. The word worship to me is I grew up Christian, in a Christian school and mega church and all that bullshit. And so yeah, the word worship is very specific. And no, I would never worship anything again in my life.
That makes the last question really hard to ask. It sounds like I wasn't listening if I ask it.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Ask it. I might surprise you with my answer.
If you had to worship a god, what kind of god would you worship?
Okay. If I had to worship a god, which god would I worship? Not an existing god, existing in the sense of historically. Maybe I would worship a god who was just and actually came through with their promises of like healing, and I will listen to your prayers, and but that's obviously doesn't exist. So yeah, it's a god that doesn't exist and never will. So that is the god I would worship, is one that actually listens to prayers. Because honestly, dude, like, childhood cancer, that's fucking crazy. Like, if there's a god right now, that's fucking crazy. Like, you suck. if you're the god right now that we're living under, that sucks. You suck. Childhood cancer, like neonatal cancer.
Can I ask what your religious background is?
Yeah, sure. I was brought up non-denominational Christianly my entire youth, up until the last 2 years of high school. And that's it.
Okay, so Trinity, non-Trinity, or one
No
God?
Trinity.
No Trinity?
No.
Okay.
I usually ask a joking question to everyone, but this one I'm going to ask the more Socratic version of it, which is, could you be wrong about there not being a God?
Sure.
Good question.
Sure. And yeah, if I were there in like the place of judgment, whether it be Ra or the Christian God, I would still ask him the same fucking thing. You motherfucker, childhood cancer, neonatal cancer, really? You suck. And I would tell that to their fucking face without hesitation.
Not a very Socratic question, but I guess
Yeah.
it's almost a question.
Yeah, I guess.
It's almost a question.
I was asked earlier what question I would ask of a god.
Oh, what would you
I
ask?
definitely didn't have one at the ready like that.
Oh, no, yeah, that's my first question. That is my first question.
Yeah, I would ask a god what I should ask it. But
Yeah, I mean, because, like, okay, so, like, the way I see it is, okay, I'm assuming we're all maybe in, like, our 20s, 30s, maybe 40s. I don't know, but we're grown.
Maybe.
Sure. And,
I'm somewhere in those numbers.
Yeah.
Somewhere in those numbers.
Right. We've all lived past like certain milestones. Like for me, like a big one was until you can rent a car, which is 25 where I live. You can't rent a car if you're not 25, for a lot of people, it's like marriage, kids, whatever. But those are things that we get to think about maybe when we're teenagers, when we're capable of thinking about our future and really getting like, oh man, what am I going to do for the rest of my life? We get to have those future reflections that we want, right? I think it's fucked and it's the world we live in, to life. Immediately, it's like, oh, you have this crazy illness, not crazy, but usually cancer or something to do with the heart and things like that. And it's like, then why do that to people? That's torturous, not just to the actual victim, but like everyone around them, like including the mother that birthed the child on purpose. They wanted the child. The father, the grandparents, the aunties, the uncles, everyone involved. Like, I don't know. I just think for me, that is the one question I'd be like, really be like, why? Why did you do that? Like, why did you allow that?
Are you sure they did it intentionally?
I'm sorry?
Are you sure they did it intentionally?
Who did? The parents?
The God that
Yes,
created.
if it is an all-knowing God that knows what is going to happen, right? What do you mean? Yeah, they did it on purpose.
How would you differentiate between a God that did it on purpose and a God that created life and through evolution, cancer evolved?
Okay, wait. So now you're saying there's like two different gods, one that believes in evolution, like the one where evolution exists, and one where we're like 6,000 years old or something?
I'm saying that there's not everybody who believes in the God of the Bible assumes that evolution is false.
Okay.
So
And
you do believe in evolution. So, well, how do you differentiate between the God that created the cancer and the God that created life and through evolution cancer evolved?
right. Right. So God created life. Like they created everything that comes with life. Cancer, illness, the flu, the plague, everything. They created all of it.
So it sounds like you've had some loss in your life, and I apologize, or
I haven't actually. No.
It is a shitty thing. So, and we can agree on that.
Yeah, of course. That is a shitty thing.
Do you have a belief that, or do you have a belief in any kind of afterlife?
No.
Well, anticlimactic question again. Okay, my apologies.
So,
Atheists
because he
arguing with
created life.
atheists because they're not listening. No God created life. These were hypotheticals. You're getting lost. Why are we arguing with hypotheticals?
You're asking me?
No, I'm asking Hammy.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't arguing. I was just questioning.
No, I didn't hear your last question. Just a really loud beep.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I wasn't arguing. I was just questioning.
No, yeah, but I didn't hear that.
Well, in any event, night shift, we are looking for believers to question about their beliefs.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Question their beliefs. So I asked you the general questions I ask atheists, but
Yeah.
I'm going to move on to the next guest.
No, for sure. I'll drop. Thank you so much.
Sure. Appreciate you. Take care and keep asking questions. I could see that just turning into an argument. I know you were just asking about the hypotheticals there, Hammy. I wasn't trying to blame you. It was getting a little off topic. To the point that Freak Scene was like, wait a minute, does this person have an afterlife?
And I apologize.
We're looking for a God that judges and doesn't intervene. Yeah. No, night shift. It is, well, all beliefs. We didn't get to question you about any other belief, but I am looking mostly for God and gods to question right now. And it's been a wild Friday night, so I will take a pleasant ending to a conversation where I will get it.
I feel like it has comparatively been a very tame Friday night.
My foot's been on the brakes the whole time.
There have not been nearly as many drunks as usual. Oh my goodness.
Look at that flow.
Why can't we just get a fountain?
So, Thrayle, you're holding back when you say, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Let me say something.
Yeah, that was me holding back.
Nah, I like it. I love it.
I was a very overbearing guest who had to gloat about the pause while I was looking at the comments.
Yeah, that was right when I came in. I just heard you saying, "Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up." That was awesome.
He was clearly trying to debate, which is the
No,
question I was about to ask him if he thought it was a debate. Whenever we were being told to shut the fuck up.
yeah, no, I get it. That's cool.
Yeah, I think the only really good guest we've had is Martha. Martha was a
Martha was
fantastic
great.
one. Love Martha. W. Martha.
But I was surprised at how reserved all the questioning was, though. Martha definitely could have been questioned more.
She broke Rab.
I know.
I thought that one person, Funny Mama, was pretty cool too.
Yeah, Funny Mama was pretty good too.
Funny Mama's always a good guest.
She's all right.
She answered that question in a surprising way. Well, kind of surprising.
I kind of expected that from her, to be completely honest.
Yeah?
She doesn't.
Awesome.
Yeah, because she doesn't have she has she doesn't have a god. She has an arbitrary god, if that makes sense.
Oh.
This is not this is not an indoctrination or a lifestyle for her. This is a thing that there's some guidance or some whatever it is. That is my understanding of it, at least.
No, that's a very astute observation.
Right, and so the people who say yes are, like you said, the people who have this religion, have this belief, that this is their god, and they, I've noticed most people who are, even people who say that they believe as she does, and I'm not saying that I don't mean that she doesn't believe. I mean even people who are more theist leaning agnostics, right? More in that kind of realm, still say no. It's just people who are hard theists that say yes.
I appreciate that. I think you got spot on there.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people fall into that same kind of category that she does, which is like a almost a theistic agnostic, right? Um, who I think most people, if this is a spectrum, right? If belief in God is a spectrum, I think most people are going to fall into that camp more often than really hard theist or really hard atheist. I think most people are somewhere on the spectrum of either theistically agnostic or atheistically agnostic.
I wonder what the Venn diagram between the people who answer yes to that question and the people who always like to say that if you can disprove this one teeny tiny aspect of the religion, then it all falls apart. I wonder if that Venn diagram would be a circle.
I don't know.
I know that she wants to believe. Whether or not that's real is up to her, I guess.
I think that I think so. That's another, and this is just a thought or opinion or an idea that I have. But I think that a lot of theist-leaning agnostics, like theistic agnostics, it's a desire to believe more than anything. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that agnostic is like the furthest thing from what she is, but yeah, but here
Well, I say that when I say theistic agnostic, I just mean that she doesn't know what the God is.
Oh, yes, that is, yes, okay, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, she
Right,
believes
so
in a
there's
God.
atheistic.
She describes it in relation to the Christian God, but she doesn't pin it to it. And she leaves that kind of open, ambiguous.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's that God or just a God shaped like it.
Just wants to believe in something better than us. Something, yeah.
Right.
You guys
So
got
it's
it
like
right
when
on.
I say theistic agnostic, it's like somebody who believes in the God or a God of some sort but doesn't know what it is. Or like atheistic agnostic is somebody who doesn't know if there's a God but thinks there isn't. You know,
Yeah.
kind of where I'm going with that.
Yep. Yeah, agreed.
Shake. No, I don't have a tally going. I should, but Thrayle and I have pretty much, and our numbers would be skewed if we did have a tally anyway.
Yeah. We should get a tally.
So we should.
But we should get some more believers to request stuff, and that seems to be
so we can start the
Agreed.
severe lacking.
Agreed.
I wonder if it's because we're surrounded by atheists. We're all just looking ready to pounce with our sharp atheist teeth and tear
I'm not an
into
atheist.
supple
I am trying to hold back.
theistic flesh.
I can go ahead and drop. I gotta
Although
get going anyway.
I
can drop if you need
anything, but be confrontational. Like,
Appreciate you, Blake.
So why do you dislike this? You know?
It's so I always preface this by saying that I don't care how people define themselves, but the way that I view agnosticism is that it's the suspending of judgment on the proposition of if a God exists. I see that atheist being leaning towards no, and the theist being leaning towards yes, while the agnostic just kind of suspends the judgment. They think there's equal evidence for both sides, and that they just don't. They are holding off on judging it until they get the information that makes them lean one way or the other. And it's just like I said, it's just the way the definitions I prefer to use. I also, like I said, don't care how people define themselves.
I think that saying the agnostic sees equal evidence on both sides is I don't know what word I want to use here because I don't think because I think there's a lot of people who identify themselves as agnostic that do lean one way or the other. For example, I would lean in the direction that no gods exist, but I am not going to make that assertion because I don't know.
right, and I think that kind of goes for agnostics too. Like, they don't know, so they're not gonna place any kind of judgment on, like, or not judgment, that's not the right word, but any kind of belief in something that they don't know is or isn't there. They're just kind of waiting for, like, give me some proof one way or the other. Like, that could be
right.
how they feel, right?
And so in that sense, that I would say, like, I'm suspending my judgment, and I don't know, but I would not say that I have 50-50, like, equal evidence for both. I would say that I have more evidence that there is no God. So I would tend to lean that way.
Right, and I think
don't know.
I think what you said, like suspending your judgment.
I would say that even in your position, you'd still be atheist because atheist is a polysemous word, and it has multiple related meanings, and just not believing in a God is still part of atheism.
I mean, that's their core belief, right?
Atheism is like without a God, right?
Right.
And I don't think that but here's the thing: what I'm not saying is not a non-belief. It is a severe skepticism.
So you are saying that you do hold a belief that you doubt.
No, I'm saying that
Or
so
do
when I
you
think
doubt that you
atheism,
have
or
a belief?
I think that non-belief in a God means like that you, like, if I don't know. To me, it means um, you believe there is no gods. I suppose those aren't the same thing, but that's what I like. The distinction I try to make it less arbitrary is, for me at least, atheism would be a belief that there is no God, and agnosticism would be um, an unknowing of whether there is or is not, and then classification, whether you lean towards theism or atheism. It seems to be the clearest way to parse this out.
Well, that's why I mentioned the fact that atheist is a polysemous word, because those who say they lack a belief still call themselves atheists. It's not a
Yeah, and they're welcome
distinct,
to do so.
And they shouldn't.
I personally, like I said, and like I said, I always started off by saying I don't really care how people define themselves. If you find a way to define yourself that fits you, by all means, use it.
Just I personally dislike the.
Part of what I like about this is that you sit in the I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Like when you give yourself a label of theist or atheist, you're making a determination. And if you are agnostic and you say I lean this way or I lean that, you're sitting in the I don't know.
But I mean, if some people want to believe that way, I mean, I agree with Hammy that they are entitled
Oh no,
to their
they're
belief.
more than welcome to. Yeah, no, they're more than welcome to. I'm just saying.
Why is it every
that's
time
why
there's a lack of believers up here, there's non-believers arguing?
I'm not
It's
arguing with
funny.
anybody.
It's been every lull. Hello, Yuki. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's my friend Yuki.
Yeah.
Hi.
But I haven't met Yuki. Hello, Yuki.
Hey.
Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, anything like that?
Yeah, I am not an atheist. I do believe in God, but my definition of God is slightly different. But I do not believe in any organized religion, although I am a cultural Hindu.
I see. Are you open to questioning your beliefs?
Yeah, of course, of course. I heard this really nice quote. I really want to say it. Like I heard this from, you guys know Osho. He says, do not believe. You either know or you don't know, but you should not believe in anything, you know?
I don't know if I would follow that advice, but I understand it. I would wonder if you do have a belief in a god, then are you saying that you know of a god, or is it just a belief? You cut out there just as you began to respond, Yuki.
Yeah, sorry, what were you asking?
I was asking if you know of your god, or is it just a belief?
I am not sure if there is even God or not. I just want guidance, and I ask for it through meditation and stuff. But I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if there is a God or not. But I am sure that religions are false and man-made.
I see. So your belief in a god isn't even what you would consider belief. it's just a.
All I can say is like I know a bunch of truth, and I can make something out of it, but I don't know for sure, you know.
What does that mean? You know a bunch of truth, and you can make something out of it.
For example, I know that evolution is real, which I know that Abrahamic religions don't believe, but I think we've come to a conclusion that evolution is real. So that kind of negates the whole concept of Abrahamic religions. So it makes sense that, you know, all Abrahamic religions were man-made at some point. You know what I mean? So how can I believe in any Abrahamic religions when I believe in evolution, or I know that evolution is real? So belief doesn't work there. And I also don't believe that, you know, Jesus woke up from death, or he could walk on water, or things like that.
Do you believe that a god or a mind created all of everything?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know, right? Like, I don't know where the world came from. And it's like God of gaps. Like, just because we don't know doesn't mean that a God created it. I think my definition of God is more like underlying consciousness of the universe, but not really a creator.
Whatever you're seeking is seeking you, but not really a creator. What does that mean? The seeking you.
So you guys
Sorry,
know
I
anything?
was responding to it. I was responding to a comment instead of your question. My brain just mixed them up because I meant to untag somebody. Sorry, you were saying something about not a creator. What is the God if not a creator?
Like more like a consciousness of the universe, you know, like underlying consciousness that we all are a part of, like fabric, abstraction, consciousness, whatever you want to call it. I can say that, slight guidance is God, but not in terms of like creator or any like, you know, someone like created two humans and threw it on earth and then we came out of it. Like, definitely not on that.
Why are you calling it God?
I think it's also kind of related to my religion, like Hinduism, although I do not believe in Hinduism, but we do have, a very different concept of God compared to Abrahamic religions. Maybe that's why.
So the only reason you would refer to what you're referring to as God is because of the society around you, cultural influence.
Yeah, it depends on what you call God, of course.
But we're trying to get it.
I mean, what would you call something that's unexplainable, that's guiding you, and like, you know,
Why do you think it's
like the okay, for example, like you know, whatever we think, we kind of attract it. We kind of, like, there was a comment also, right? What you seek is seeking you. So that sort of a thing, like that sort of a attraction element, manifestation, whatever you want to call it, I do believe in that, and that's what I call guidance or God. But that's very different from other perspectives.
Why do you believe in that kind of guidance from God? What does that even mean? What you seek is
I think it's better. I think it makes me feel better because when you're an atheist, you become very nihilistic. You become very, like, you know, it's kind of a limbo situation. There's nothing to look forward to. So it gives me a sort of comfort that there is something out there, you know?
What makes
Does
you
it
think
matter?
that?
Does it matter if that is a false comfort?
Yeah, I could be wrong, of course.
I guess that's what I'm asking is, does it matter to you if you're right or wrong?
No, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm happy and my life is comfortable, it doesn't matter to me if I'm wrong.
Does it? Would you rather live in a harsh truth or a comfortable lie?
If I am in a comfortable lie and it's not harming anyone, I'm fine with living in a lie. But if it is harming other people or taking away rights from them, or making their lives constricted, then that's not good.
If you are living in a lie, how do you tell at what level the lie stops and the truth begins? How do you know if it's harming anyone, if it's lies?
Yeah, not even harming, even if it affects other people. Like, my personal belief makes any difference in other people's lives, then that's not something that I prefer. Like, if I begin saying this is the truth, and if you don't believe in it, then you're going to hell, or this is the right thing, whatever I believe. If I'm starting to say that, then definitely I'm doing something wrong. Because I can live in my own bubble, right? Like, no, it doesn't matter as long as I'm feeling good about it. But when I start affecting others, then that's wrong.
Do you know when the lie is only affecting you versus others?
Yeah, it's affecting me in a good way as of now. Like, I'm not.
Did you have a question, Hammy? You keep coming off mute.
I do, and I'm trying to word it the right way. Go ahead with yours.
So you're saying that as long as you don't hurt anybody and you are comfortable, then it doesn't matter if what you believe is true or not.
Yeah, that's what secular is, right?
You cut out there for a second. We didn't hear you. Sorry, Yuki, you cut out and I didn't hear your response. I think you agreed, but I didn't hear. If you were going to further clarify.
Yeah, I said that's what secularism is, right? Like believing in whatever you want without affecting others.
Is that what secularism is? Is that what it means to you?
Yeah, like believing in whatever you want as long as you're not dictating others or affecting others.
So for you, it doesn't matter if they're true. Can you see any potential? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that I do care about the truth, of course. Like, it's not like I don't want to know about the truth. I do, but I do not see any truth in any of it. So I'd rather make up my own lie that comforts me.
Are you familiar with absurdism? We lost Yuki.
We did lose Yuki. I was enjoying the conversation. I hope she didn't feel like we were ganging up on her. She's welcome, of course, to come back. I didn't have like any huge problem with her answers. I just found them surprising and very interesting to question.
Yeah. I'm hoping that it was just she lost connection.
Hello, Moon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sure. 49. And I'm in London, England.
Okay, congratulations. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
So, yeah, I was just listening to your conversation with Yuki, I think, who dropped off. But I think, all of this stuff is fascinating, right? Because each of us will look at something that's the same but have a different perception about it. So I am, I guess, my family is Hindu, right? But we were never brought up as religious. So my belief is, as long as someone wants to, I don't know, someone has something that they feel they have a faith in something, something that guides them or doesn't guide them, great, right? And even if someone's atheist, that's also a belief, right? I guess.
I don't think that necessarily might. I mean, it depends on how you define atheism. But the question was if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it. And
yeah, I do. I definitely do. I don't think.
Okay.
If you look at us as.
So what is the God or higher power that you believe in?
I like the concept of Hinduism, and the reason I'm saying that is because up until earlier this year, so after like 49 odd years of my life, I never really learnt about it. And then earlier this year, I picked up the Gita, right? And I read it 2.5 times read it once to understand it, read it again to understand it again, and now I'm halfway through it again, so coming up to the third time to complete it. I like the fact that it's a lot of it is philosophy, so it's not you should do this and you should behave like this and you can't eat this and you can't eat that. It doesn't limit you. It very much encourages you to go, and we've all been given a brain, go out there, use it, and be sensible. So I guess for me that is very important, rather
Is there a
than
particular God that you believe in?
so with Hinduism, it's basically there's like three. So we've got the creator, the preserver, destroyer, which is all. So you must have heard of the symbol Om, right? Yeah. So Om is basically the ultimate truth in Hinduism, which is it's the vibration of the universe. It's most words that we say have the underlying Om in them, right? That vibrates even in our body, and it's energy basically. So that is everything. But the manifestation for us humans is Brahma, which is the creator, Vishnu, which is the preserver, and Shiva, who is the destroyer. So that's
Do you
how it
believe these
manifests.
gods exist?
I haven't seen them with my own eyes, right? But absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Do you believe these gods exist?
I believe, yeah, 100%.
In what way do they exist?
In the way that everything manifests. If you look at,
What does manifest mean?
just look around you, right? You know, like even if you look at a tree, right? It serves a purpose. Nothing is here just by fault.
What
Everything is
purpose
here by
does a
design.
tree serve?
So,
Who's deciding
purifying
that
the air,
purpose?
right? So it's taking the carbon dioxide and it's basically purifying, every single thing that's natural has a purpose. You know, if you look at
What
the
does
animal
purpose
kingdom,
mean?
purpose means that it is everything everything is recycled, whether it's energy, whether it's, you've got bacteria and viruses, right? Who are, as you go up the animal kingdom and the chain, they're all feeding on something that's feeding on something that's feeding on something.
Purpose means what things do, or what it eats.
No, purpose just means that everything is here for a reason.
What's deciding the reason?
That I don't know. That is probably the question we all need to find, right? The answer to.
It sounds like the question, at least we've come to with your belief, is that there's some underlying purpose giver, a purpose maker that assigns the purpose for all the things. But why would you believe that there is?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, you seem to think everything has purpose inherently.
I don't think that. I actually know that. For me personally, it's subjective, right?
Right. So I'm
some
asking
people might
why.
not believe
If
that.
if it's a subjective knowledge, we could probably, question whether or not that's actually
Exactly, but belief
a
is subjective,
belief.
right?
That was my question. Was we could,
Yeah.
or my point is, we could question whether or not that's actually just a belief. So you say it's subjective knowledge that there is a purpose to everything. What makes you believe that? What makes you claim subjective knowledge?
So as I said, earlier this year when I read the texts and stuff like that, there is so much science in those books, even though they're written so many years ago, that you almost have to think that there's something behind this, right? And the whole philosophy of civic sense and ethical and moral sense, right? For me, it doesn't mean that I have to go to a temple and, you know, pray and all that sort of stuff. I think that is just that's more kind of for show, I think.
Do you remember the question I was asking just now?
So repeat the question again, sorry. What was that?
Why do you think that there is an inherent purpose to everything?
Because because of what I've read and what I see around me. I don't, like I said to you earlier, I don't think this is all just random. I think everything is here by design.
Why do you think everything is here by design?
Because like I said, everything serves a purpose, as do we.
Everything serves a purpose.
Yeah.
I'm reminded by a friend of a particular nerve in the human body. Does everything with the anterior recurrent laryngeal nerve serve? At least its course. What purpose does that serve?
If you're going to go to biology, I mean, I don't know the details. I do work in medicine, yeah, in pharmaceuticals, but I'm not a doctor.
Oh,
so,
excellent.
Yeah, so I'm not.
A nerve that would go from the brain to the larynx by way of the aorta, I believe.
The way of the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So even like, you know, if you dissect a human being, right?
What
veins.
purpose would that path of the nerve going from the brain to the larynx going around the heart? What purpose is that path?
And it's feeding you oxygen, your blood flow, right?
I mean, the path of the nerve going around the heart when it needs to just go from the brain to the throat.
So I'm not mistaken, doesn't it wrap around the vocal cords as well? Or get close to it?
I am bringing it up because it was brought up in comments.
Okay, right.
I've questioned that before, though. Do you know what purpose the path of that nerve would have?
No, but maybe if, you know, a physician would know better, right? But I mean, I guess.
Does everything require a purpose?
I don't know if everything requires a purpose, but I do feel that especially a lot of stuff in nature does have a purpose. And some things are just there by default. And, you know, it's like, you know, when you get artists who paint paintings and stuff, right? The essence of a painting might be to focus on one part of it, but then you've got lots of woolly bits around it that are just there. I think that's what
Woolly bits.
Yeah, woolly bits. That's what we say in England, right? Which is like basically just the
I'm still not hearing why you would think everything has a purpose, though.
But like I said, like whether you feel something has purpose or not, that's a belief, right? And I personally do feel it, and why I feel it is because A, of the books that I've read, but B, also because I see, you know, when you just you go for a walk, for example, right? And you just see like the 4 seasons, for example. So we're in autumn at the moment, right? And you just see the leaves falling off the trees, making way for spring after a few months to bloom new flowers, new leaves. So it's all recycled. It's all there doing its bit.
It's there doing what it does.
Exactly.
Why are you assigning a purpose to occurrence?
But
a thing happens, you
yeah, but
decide
when you
because it happens that it not only must have happened, but it had a reason to happen.
but exactly. So what you're saying is that is not purpose then? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you why you call that purpose. A leaf
Because
changes color.
yeah.
You're saying that action has a purpose.
Yeah, because it makes way for the spring, for the new leaves and flowers, right? So they fall, they wilt, they turn brown, they fall on the ground.
So not only are you assigning it, you're saying that it has a purpose, but you're even going so far as to say this is the purpose. The purpose for the leaves changing color is so that new leaves can grow in.
I can't think of any other reason why that would happen. I mean, if there is another one, I'd love to hear it.
You're saying you can't think of another reason why
that would happen.
Does it?
Yeah.
And so therefore the reason you thought of is the purpose that it serves.
Absolutely.
Do you hear it?
Okay.
Okay. Kat's got a question, but you're going to have
No,
to speak up, Kat.
Sorry, my phone was being really weird. You finish, I'll go afterwards. It was lag,
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm not quite sure what to do with it yet.
I'll tell you why the leaves change and fall off if you want to know. I know why they do.
You know why leaves change in the fall? The
Yeah, why
purpose
they change. Yep, the
would
purpose.
it be the purpose? Okay.
I mean, it serves a purpose for the tree, I suppose. The leaves change and fall off because in the wintertime there's going to be less sunlight, and so all spring and summer the tree has been doing extra photosynthesis to store energy, so it can survive through the winter. Then at the end of the fall the leaves change and they fall off, so the tree doesn't have to expend the energy to keep them alive all winter.
But then
So
also
it's not to make.
spring.
So is that to make room for the new leaves?
No, it's just so the tree doesn't die.
Would that necessarily be a purpose, or is that more a cause?
I think it's just a function of being a tree, like it's, or like it's like any biological imperative that keeps an organism alive, right? It's just the only way the tree stays alive is if it stores the extra energy in the spring and fall, and then does what it can to cut down energy expenditure through the winter. Because like if let's say if it kept those leaves, like yes, it would keep doing photosynthesis when the sun was out, but because there's so much less sun, it would expend more energy keeping the leaves alive than it would gain photosynthesizing.
Absolutely. And then you also get deciduous trees that lose their leaves, and you get evergreens who don't.
I'm not sure how that added on to what Kat was saying.
But yeah.
But I'm curious, Moon.
Yep.
Is a function necessarily the same thing as a purpose?
It's funny you should say. I was just thinking that as well. I suppose they're kind of synonymous, but also different, depending on how you look at them specifically. So I guess a purpose would be something is there for a reason, and a function is something that just happens naturally, automatically. And it may have a reason or it may not. But I think those two words maybe, I guess, do get used interchangeably. It's a very good question, though. I don't know. What do you think?
What I think doesn't matter, but I do wonder if purpose is the reason that you believe in gods at all. When you say that you had seen their effects in some way, you had said you had seen purpose in things.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why you believe in gods?
I suppose I don't think that's exactly the reason. It's part of it. I also feel, when there's something inside me that feels that we're definitely not here, everlasting question, right? But for me personally, I definitely feel that it doesn't matter who you believe in, but I feel a lot of passion about. Yeah, I'm not religious. It's not being religious. It's more spirituality than religion, if that makes sense.
What is spirituality?
I suppose, so we have this thing called Maya, which is illusion, right? And it's like everything here is just temporary. They say, for example, in the Gita, they say that if you split a human hair into 100,000 pieces, like 100,000 times, that's how small the soul is, right? So, and it lives somewhere in the middle of your forehead. And that is what lasts forever, not this materialistic body, Maya. So I just feel that actually that sounds much more of reality than what we live in day to day, right? Wake up in the morning, go to work, eat your food, come back from work and go to sleep and all that. It's just routine.
Are you're saying Maya is a soul split?
No, so Maya means illusion.
Illusion.
Yeah.
So all of this is an illusion because our soul has been split like a hair.
Basically, yeah. That's what I believe, but,
And that seems more likely than things are as they appear on the surface.
Yeah, I think so.
How is that more likely?
Because I believe that we are not just this. We're not just here for an average of 80 years and off you go and never to be seen or heard of again. I feel that energy is recycled. I feel we are recycled.
Energy.
Yeah.
You're equating our consciousness or just energy.
I think we're energy. Yes.
Are we just
I don't think it ever
energy?
dies. It's just recycled.
What is energy, though?
Energy is what we give off, right? I mean, what do they say that part of us?
What is it?
What I read recently somewhere, and I can't quote it because I've totally forgotten, but I can look it up. But I read recently.
That's all right. What I want to know though is like what energy is. When you say it, energy.
Yeah.
What is energy? What is the it?
It's us. It's our protons and neutrons and electrons. All of that.
Are neutrons and protons? Is that telling me what it is? What energy is?
I guess it's our subconscious as well, right? It's what makes us. So the soul.
So when you say energy.
Yeah.
And our protons.
Yes, I guess so. Yeah. I like that. What makes I like that. Yeah.
So anything that contains that energy is just containing what makes us us. Anytime you use the
Absolutely.
word energy, or are you using energy uniquely?
Like for example, right? When you might meet
Are
someone
you
new.
using? I'm sorry, I asked a
Oh, that's all
question
right.
now, but you're not quite there. Um, are you using the word energy in a unique way, specific here, that you wouldn't use it in other ways?
No, I don't know. I think I've always, when I think of energy, personal energy, I think of aura, right?
Personal energy, so not just energy, so not
Yeah.
potential, so not science energy.
Exactly.
When you say energy, you're
I
talking
mean,
about
aura.
you're talking about a thing.
Yeah, so aura, I
The
would say.
thing that is aura. What is aura?
So, okay, so for example, right, if you meet somebody new or whatever, and sometimes your gut instincts, you might get some sort of vibe that I don't like this person or I really do. I think that's aura. There is something that attracts your energy with theirs, or it doesn't.
Aura is
That's happened
something
to me
that
a lot.
attracts your energy with someone else's,
Yeah, or it doesn't. Yeah,
or doesn't.
yeah.
Well, I'm still a little lost, because a moment ago,
Aren't we all?
well, hang on. The energy was aura, and now aura is what attracts energy. So energy is attracting energy, or
Yeah, I think it's almost kind of like sometimes, yeah, I think I also 100%
what
believe.
are we really saying at this point? It kind of feels like if we took the word energy out, right? And we just
Yeah.
didn't use that. And instead of using the word energy, what would you use that would
Good
help
question.
clarify it?
So take out energy. What could we substitute it with? Let me think. I don't know. Would that just be some sort of spirit, maybe? Like
What
of
is
essence,
spirit?
essence.
What is essence?
It's what makes us us, right? It's our personality, it's the way we are, the way we behave, the way we think, all of that.
So essence is personality and the way a person thinks. Is this kind of the same thing that happened with energy?
Yeah, you got me thinking, if I had to take the word energy out, what else would I use? Maybe that sounds a bit more, I think that actually sounds a bit better. Energy is quite generic, right? Essence could be a bit more personable.
So when you say essence, what does that word actually mean? Do you use it in other ways as well?
No, it's the first time I've actually used it.
Essence.
I would have just always said energy, I guess. So you got me thinking outside the box.
So tell me again what essence is.
I think it's what makes people who they are. So again, I guess the best way for me in my head personally is I'd equate it to whatever somebody's spirit is, whatever that thing is inside them that makes them who they are.
The thing that is inside a person that makes them who they are is essence.
Yeah, I guess.
Why do you assume there's a thing inside a person that makes them who they are?
So it's going back to that point of the soul in the forehead. That's why.
Is that where it is? It goes in the forehead.
That's what I've read in the Gita, and not just because I've read, because I believe that as well.
So if someone had a damaged brain, missed part of their forehead, or in an accident, would they no longer have a soul?
No, I don't think that's. I mean, I would like to think that's not the way that it works, right? Because, yeah, maybe
So
it
then
lives in the middle of your
be-
forehead somewhere, but also I'm thinking if someone doesn't have that front part of the brain, they probably wouldn't be alive, right? So,
some people might have had accidents or been born different ways and survived.
but you do pretty much need a lot of your brain to survive, right?
I would assume most of it's there. Doing some kind of work.
Yeah.
But there are people who survive accidents and have had injuries or
Yeah.
been born in different ways and survived without that portion of their, or even with it damage to that portion. So
Yeah.
does that mean that they have a damaged soul?
No, absolutely not. Because, like I said, for me, I feel that it's here, in like in the forehead area, and that's because of what I believe in terms of Shiva, right? But everybody has their own beliefs, so they might think actually the spirit lives in the heart, or they might not believe in the spirit at all, or the soul, sorry, at all. So it's like I remember I said in the beginning, I believe that it's true for everyone. I think belief should be very personal as well, rather than enforcing it on
I
other
see.
people. Yeah.
What does questioning your beliefs mean to you?
It just means you should be open-minded. So you just, you said to me just a little bit earlier, right? What else would I use instead of the word energy? And I said, you got me thinking outside of the comfort zone, right? And I think that's what questioning beliefs is also, where you take a step back and you go, right, this is the way I think because of X, Y, and Z, or this is the way I don't think because of X, Y, and Z. And that's
Could you be wrong?
It could be 100%. 100%.
What would that change in your life if you woke up tomorrow and discovered that everything you'd believed about energy or essence and Hinduism, that all of it was wrong?
Of
How would that
course,
change
like,
your life?
so of course it would be, if I woke up tomorrow and I felt that all that I've learned this year, and like I said, I only started this year, has been a lie, or not real at all. Of course it's going to be disappointing, and I can only think when people have been religious their whole life. However, I think being open to the possibility that what we know isn't the absolute truth, because and actually, in certain terms, we will never know, right? So it's fine. Yeah, I guess I'd probably be a little bit upset, but not to the point where it's going to change who I am as a person, I guess. I don't know. Like, it might do, but I don't think it would. We have to be open to challenge and change and
Does it matter to you if you're right or wrong?
um you know, another good question, and I actually don't think it does. It doesn't mean that I'm not hard or whatever in my beliefs, but it also means that I know that it could also be completely opposite to what I believe, right? and that's just the way that I am as a person. I accept that not everything that we think that we know might be right or wrong. I mean, you're married to somebody for years and years and years, and then you get divorced and you think, oh my God, I didn't know that this person was going to be like that. Right? So I know it's maybe a bad analogy, but that kind of thing, right? Where it's not what you thought that it turned out to be, but you get up in the morning and you move on, right?
Do your gods have to exist for them to matter?
When you say exist, what does that mean? Like,
In the ways that you believe they exist?
I think that's an interesting question. Yeah, I mean, of course, because the way that they're described in the books, they all, like, it's creator, preserver, destroyer. So they all have like a specific function. We're going back to that again, right? Function and purpose. But you know, they have their place and what they're supposed to do. But I guess at the end of the day, it's not more about that. It's more about the spirituality behind it.
The spirituality behind it.
Yeah.
So for you, it's not as much about the existence of the gods as it is the practices that you carry
Yes.
on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I guess so. I think that not react to something rather than what we think we should be doing to tick a box. Somebody's asked a question. Please ask her if it would upset her if her gods didn't exist, but she was praying to other gods. Oh, right.
I'll let
So,
you answer that one.
yeah, I mean, would it upset her god? Like, I don't think so. No, because that's my choice, right? But I wouldn't feel the need to do that at all, because I don't believe in yeah, I mean, I you know, I've grown up learning about so many religions and stuff, and for me that wasn't something that resonated. So, and even if it was, I'm sure, you know, nobody in Hinduism is gonna have a problem with it. That's my personal choice. So,
Are there any dangers or harms to your belief that you know of?
I don't think so. No. No.
Are there
Because
no
because
condemnations?
I'm quite steadfast in what I believe, and I'm neutral, but so if something is
So
going,
even if there's something in Hinduism that might be dangerous or harmful, you wouldn't follow that. You would consider your beliefs separate.
yeah, like, so if there was, say, something being advocated that I personally didn't agree with, I feel that absolutely I wouldn't go down that route. I think that's why we've been given a brain and we've been given free choice. We're not supposed to be sheep, right? We have been given, you know, this grey matter to think with. So if there's stuff in religions that makes us do things and advocates violence and harm, then that's not my thing.
What about not violence and harm, but victim blaming or the dismissal of the value on human life?
Emotional harm doesn't have to be physical. So all of that as well. Yeah, it's and I think that's why beliefs should be so personal. rather than being advocated on a mass scale, almost like an organization marketing on television, right? That is just not my idea of genuine belief.
And you don't hold to any beliefs that might fall into that?
Personally, I don't think so. No, I've never forced anybody or preached to anybody about what I do and therefore they should do it. Never done that ever. And
Do you
I
believe
don't.
in an afterlife?
Yes, I do. 100%. Going back to that
What
soul
is
thing.
what is the afterlife you believe in?
I would like to think that, you know, once we lose this whole the Maya thing, the illusion thing, that soul, which, you know, lives in the middle of my forehead, you know, it's expelled and then it's recycled. Not, and you know, also according to Hinduism, what we see, like so, the universe and everything is something like only 25% of what actually exists. There is so much more outside of it that we just physically cannot comprehend, and that's where
This
they
is
say the soul.
according to Hinduism.
Yeah, in the
And,
Gita, that's what it
and the
says.
soul goes there
Goes there, yeah, before it's reborn. If
after
it is reborn, yeah,
it's reborn.
yeah, and if it's not reborn, it just stays there.
So no matter what happens in this life, you either go to this place and stay, or you go there and come back.
That's right. Yeah. So Hinduism is very much like, so Buddhism obviously was taken from Hinduism,
Right.
huge parts of it,
I'm
and they
curious
say
though.
the same thing.
I'm not looking for a history lesson. I'm curious. Do you believe that this is what happens?
Yeah, I do. It's a belief, right? So, like, it might be completely, going back to your point, it might be completely wrong, and I might be proved completely wrong when I die, and nothing happens, and it's just blackness and nothing, right? And then I'll be like, oh shit, so I was wrong. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to say that, right?
Did I make
Sorry.
that point?
No. So,
Did I make that point? You said going back to my point. I don't remember making that point. I'm literally just asking you questions about what you say you believe.
yeah, I believe that is exactly what happens. We die and we go somewhere, and then we get either reborn. So in Hinduism, what they say is you get reborn if.
Do you believe it because Hinduism says it, or
No, I
do
believe
you
it
have
because
some
I
other reason to
believe it.
believe it? Why do you believe it?
Because I like to think that actually that's a nice thing to know that this is not just it.
You believe it
That this what we are, where we are right now, is not just it. I like to think that our soul has different places to go and different things to see.
You like to think that this is not just it.
Yeah.
Because you'd like to think it. Why?
I want my soul to go and travel some more. Yeah.
Because you want more.
I want my soul to go and travel and see more, of course.
And what was the soul again?
The soul is my essence.
Your essence.
Yeah.
The thing that makes you you.
The thing that makes me me. Yeah.
How do you know that thing that makes you you will go anywhere?
I don't know. I'd like to believe that because, like I said, this can't just be it, right? You know, I think we've got so much more that we can do. What is it that we only use something like, what is it, like 5 to 7% of our brain, right? So even
I don't
here,
think that's accurate either. But you might look into that and see if that's even accurate. But if it's, oh, Hammy he wanted to say somebody was wrong.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
He sensed me calling accuracy into question, and he's like, how is that not saying you're wrong? I would question that percentage of brain usage and see if that's based on pseudoscience or if it's actually real. But what I'm wondering is does this belief, does this idea choose to believe it?
At all. You know, it's just something that
You cut out until
I
the words
think that,
at all.
sorry, say that again.
I didn't hear anything before the words at all.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Is that
Yes.
okay? Yeah. So it's not about comfort. You know, I don't sit and sort of think, oh, these things that I think of give me comfort, or you know, exhale and go, oh, wow, this is what's going to happen and stuff. Not like that. I guess it's more sort of, well, when it's done, and this is the next part. Because it's not science, right? But
Because you had and this is the next part.
yeah.
And that's where the questions lies. Why?
Yeah. It's like when you read a book.
Right? Why you would assume that there is a next part. And if that assumption is based on indoctrination, is it based on something you were taught? Is it based on something you just want? And why would you want that?
No,
Is that comfort?
Not indoctrination at all, because I was never taught it. I read it myself. And even though my dad's not religious at all, my mum is, but not once did she ever say, you know, you got to do this, that, and the other. Never. So it's 100% self-taught. And because it is self-taught, I, as an adult, have a choice to, but definitely not indoctrination. I think that's just the way that I choose to believe.
I wonder if Hammy or Philly have any questions. I don't think I do.
Do not.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, thanks very much for letting me join your live.
Appreciate you, Moon.
And
maybe another
yeah,
time
some
we'll
really
have more questions and maybe you'll have different answers. But I hope that you keep asking questions. And don't be offended. I drop everyone mid-sentence at the end. It's not the theme now, isn't it?
It started off with intentionally dropping me mid-sentence.
I don't know. I don't know if that was how it started, but it does save on the long goodbyes. Let's see if we have a request. If they meant to request up, we might have Daisy with us. Hello, Daisy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Daisy might not have meant to join us. That's fine. You can request again if you did. No, bring you right up. We'll wait just a moment, see, before I check that queue again. And anybody else who does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up. I'm wanting to tell you you're wrong. I do wonder if you can question if you could be, though. Could you be wrong? Well, that's not on the screen now, but it has been before.
And just so you know, I will probably tell you you're wrong, but that's because I think everyone is wrong, including myself.
Hello, Giada. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Guess not. We will move forward. It might be poem time. It is actually looking like poem time should be soon. I just don't have one ready.
Well.
Hello, Jennifer. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Wow. 3 in a row?
Jennifer, can you hear my... Oh, never mind.
Nope.
But if you do have a belief in a god or gods out there, make sure you request on up so we can have a nice, decent conversation while Thrayle looks up poems. And poetry is not always great. Sometimes it can be decent, but we still need to make sure they are top-notch for the stream.
Do we?
I mean, technically we don't need to, but we're gonna anyways.
Wow, I think that's your longest silence ever, Hemi. You just let it happen.
I did let it happen, but that's also because I'm doing my last little bits of stuff here at work. My busy moment at work, I would probably find some filler words to have.
Prodigy asks if I ever read poems by my friends. I read one just not yesterday, the day before, I think, by Hazelnut. And I've read Seven Lemons' poem, and I've read Noctis. His poem was beautiful. And who else? Z. I read a poem by Z. Z the Witch. Who else?
Not to be confused with Atheist Z.
Not to be confused. I don't know if he writes poetry. Oops.
I don't either.
Did not mean to send that invite, but you are welcome to join. Yep. You can come keep us company while I get a poem ready.
Okay.
Thrayle, can I request a question the questioner for one thing?
Yeah.
Did you get my DM on Twitter? I mean, not on Twitter, on Discord.
Yeah, and I didn't send that email yet. I'm slow.
Okay.
I'm slow. I do need
that's
to.
all.
I saw whose email you sent, but I really need to focus on that. So I do look forward to getting in touch with him.
Make sure you give him the also the YouTube link.
Oh, I will. We are still live on YouTube. It went down a couple times, but it managed to stay strong for the last few hours.
And anybody who wants to submit a Thrayle, a poem to Thrayle, if you join the Discord, we have a whole channel in there for creative writing, poetry, short stories, etc., etc. You can find poems and short stories written by a lot of us, actually, including myself. I need to sit down and write that story about the Jar Keeper.
I was just thinking that maybe I'll start. I was
We were
just.
talking about it the other night when Hammy was talking about his dream. And I was like, oh, the Jar Keeper, that's a story.
And I was just now thinking that maybe I should start writing up a few of the short stories for the caretaker and putting it in there.
I need to write the Jar Keeper inspiration, and the Jar Keeper was the first thing that triggered, like, felt like that. And so I should sit down and write it. I am about tired of this volcano not giving me any fountains for the past week, but just doing this like oozy thing all every day.
That flow is looking really, really good though.
Okay, so it's been like increasing, like the fountain, like the precursory activity has been getting like has been increasing every time, and then every time there's like a lot of precursory activity, the fountains get huge. Like last time there was a decent bit of precursory activity, and there was like both vents were going, and one went topped out at like 1,500 feet, and the other one topped out at like 1,300. So this is more precursory activity than there was last time, and so I would suspect, like I would predict that the fountains will be bigger this time, which will be really, really cool. It's just like crazy.
You might want to sit in the comments too. Even if you go out there whenever it's not exactly fountaining, take plenty of pictures. I want to yank them and look at them whenever I want to.
I have some pictures if you want some that I can send to you.
Yes, I do. Yes, send them to me.
Yeah, I will. But I can take more too. I don't have a ton because I always forget. Like I get too entranced and don't take a ton of pictures. But I have some for sure.
Yeah, I get that.
And oh, Fire Yeti down there, Martian Fire Yeti. Sorry, Marty. I'm sorry, that's what it is. Marty. Tyler always says that he wants to go tubing in it, like inner tube pulled behind a boat type tubing. I keep telling him that probably would not work out so well, but he insists it's a good idea. This flow that's going on right now, though, would be very conducive to tubing. It's just like a river flowing right along.
What do you mean by lava tubing?
Well, when he says it, he means, like when you're on the boat in the river and you have an inner tube pulled behind the boat. I think an inner tube would be silly too. I don't know what material tube, like I don't know what material thing you could use. The lava would eat it all. Um, what's
I was
funny?
thinking, I'm like, what? I'm like, how could one? There's no way for one to be able to do that.
No, he's just being silly. Yeah, he's just silly. It's funny though. When I discovered the Fire Yeti, I was gold lava tube. Like so there's like lava tubes all over where they're basically like these caves, right? It's where the lava was flowing to the ocean. And they're literally just like big long tubes that are made of lava, where the lava was flowing to the ocean. But the one that I was trying to find and did ultimately find when I discovered the Fire Yeti Um, it does still flow, like it goes all the way to the ocean, which most of them don't anymore, or they're not open all the way to the ocean. And so you walk to the end of it, and you're like, I don't know, a couple hundred feet above the water. It's just a big um, sea cliff, and the dolphins like to hang out under there a lot and make a lot of noise. And then you do it right before sunrise. Um, can watch the sunrise there. It's very cool.
Yeti struck.
God, there's a lot of lava tonight. They are loud. They say so much. It is beautiful. Tyler predicted fountains starting around 3 a.m. We'll see if he's right, but we'll see.
We're probably approaching more of an end as an I than a question the questioner. I haven't had a question for a while.
I always have them for you, but never at the most opportune time for this.
I wonder. I wonder what kind of questions Solovino brings. Good morning, Solovino.
Hey, good morning. Let's see, I've never had the opportunity to question you, so I don't really know what your stance is on much. So you're probably just going to get questions that other people have already asked you. But so would I be correct in saying that you're an atheist?
Depending on how you define the word, but probably.
Okay. If I were to define it as someone who makes the claim that God is a thing that doesn't exist, would that be you?
No.
Okay. If I was to make the claim that you are someone who just simply lacked a belief in God, would that be true?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything, what is it that you believe that you truly know without question?
I don't know that I do know anything without question. I mean, I can make, off of the assumption that I exist, some claims based on my experiences, but to call that knowledge seems rather bold.
Oh. Do you think you would have answered that question like that 6 months ago? Sorry, so we'll be you can continue.
You were so muffled, but I think you
Oh.
said, do I think I would have answered that question differently? How many months
6
ago?
months ago.
6 months ago. Probably not. I mean, I still would maintain some level of epistemic humility.
Mm-hmm. I just I asked because in the past several months we have discussed the nature of existence a lot.
And you do ask me the percentage of my certainty that I exist on a frequent basis.
So I wondered if the fact that we discussed the nature of existence and how one has knowledge of existence so much that it changed the way you considered that. Because it definitely changed the way I considered it. Sorry, Silvina. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just didn't want to forget that.
Yeah, it might have changed some of the way I perceive existence, but I think I might still have said, insofar as I can assume I exist, I still accept that. Right. Well, except that, you know, there are some. I could go the route of some kind of phenomenological conservatism and say that my seemings, insofar as they are verifiable to others, are a way to know things. And that seems like a mostly dependable way to go. Though I could question that.
Wouldn't you say that just like the laws of logic are something that you know to be true? Because you couldn't question the laws of logic without using logic. So logic is just like something that's inescapable in the sense of knowing or making sense of anything. So could that just be something that you say that you know?
Do I know the laws of logic? I mean, again, insofar as I know that I exist, potentially. Am I using logic to question logic? If I say, oh fuck yeah, no, just about any question I can come up with is going to end up being you're going to say I'm using logic.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, pray tell how one could attack the law of identity without using the law of identity. I mean, your words mean what they mean, right? I mean, at least we assume that the case. Well, the words mean what they mean to you. So when you're questioning yourself, it's something that you would have to say, well, what sense does my question make if that law isn't true? But I guess, I mean, knowledge isn't a justified true belief, but maybe that's.
Do you take the justified true belief route for knowledge?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. What is justifying the belief to be true?
So, the fact that it can't be its antithesis. That, I guess, logic is just one of those things that's so, when you're talking about like phenomenological conservatism, that's just a seeming that's just so set in stone that it's almost like you can't explain it further without using it. It's such an axiomatic. Oh man, I thought
somebody fell into the lava.
I thought they were next to an actual volcano.
No, but she has it up there so we can see if the fountains go, so I can be next to the volcano.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If it starts to fountain, then Kat gets in the Jeep and goes.
It's the volcano that's really close by.
Or whatever it is.
Wait, so Kat's next to that volcano?
Yeah.
About 50 miles away.
Wow.
Short 40-minute drive. But I could go stand at the summit of the mountain and watch it spew lava anytime I want. But it's spewing lava.
I know it's hard to remember the questions sometimes when the lava's gone.
Well, it's just I saw it starting to move, and I was like, "Oh shit, is this person okay?"
It is coming right at her.
Thrayle, are there some gods that you say don't exist?
Are there some gods I say don't exist? I mean, if you present a god that some gods that I'd say I don't believe in, that I don't believe exist. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There are some gods I could say I don't believe exist if they contradict reality or themselves in a way that seems self-evident, then for the most part, I can say I don't believe they exist, and I still have to be. I have to not say they're wrong when I'm questioning that.
But whenever you're not questioning them, it's one of those things where it's like you think about it and you're like, yeah, I don't believe that one exists.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I can say I don't believe a lot of gods exist. Is that equal to Is not believing they exist equal to believing they don't? And is that what you were really asking me?
No, I wasn't asking that. I don't think that
Okay.
to entail. I know you a little bit better than to ask you if you believe they don't exist or that they
Well,
don't exist.
an active belief that some gods don't exist. Certain ones, I can say, I think that was what you asked me, don't.
Did you ever believe in any kind of a god? Were you ever in a religious cult, as they say?
I was in a religion, but I didn't believe in a god. I was always asking questions.
So you were in the religion. So you were. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, just until they told me that I could look elsewhere, and I did.
What? Do you mind if I ask what religion that was?
The Baha'i faith.
Baha'i. I've never heard of that.
So it was in the chain of progressive revelation after, all the Abrahamic grades. After Abraham and Moses and Jesus and Muhammad, you get Baha'u'llah. And his revelation was basically that we were all the same, we're all worshiping the same God, everybody's equal, and we should quit fighting and get along. So, like Islam, but hippies.
Sounds nice.
It tries to be still a very peace-driven faith. But I never, in listening to the way people explain the God, it didn't make sense. And I left pretty young.
So, I guess you've shut up, kitty, you blasphemous cat. What if? Let's see. I'm sure you've been asked this a million times, but I've never heard it. So, if you were to be close to being in a religion, not saying that you are, what's the one that you're closest to considering?
As far as actual, believing in a God religions, the one that I would have.
I don't know if necessarily religion need to have a God. There's many there's not a universal definition on religion.
Right.
Some people say that Buddhism is a philosophy, but it is a religion. I think all religions will contain a philosophy within them, but there's varying degrees of what one could mean. There's social definitions of religion, and there's.
Does Pastafarianism count? In which case, couldn't I just generate my own absurdist religion, something with a bat and unfurled wings?
Is that what you would be closest to?
Something that extols the virtues of questioning and exploring doubt and accepting our limitations while trying to work towards, accepting each other better. And something that doesn't require worship or devotion, just consideration of yourself and each other.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh my God, requires suggests.
All right, get out of your cage, you. Come on. Ugh. Go find some mice, you vermin. All right. But, okay. Well, yeah, that sounds nice. I mean, I don't know. Have any more questions? Do you believe that, let's just go here. Do you believe that morality is objective?
I don't know why it would be.
Okay. Do you believe that it's possible that it could be?
Possible that it could be objective. You're going to have to tell me what you mean by objective.
So, not dependent on anyone's mind, that it's true in and of itself.
Right, then you're going to have to define morality, because as far as I can understand it, it's defined to mean something subjective.
Defined to mean something subjective.
How would you define morality?
Let's see. Morality, God, I hate definitions. The realm in which moral decisions are
decisions.
Made. Yeah. Well, I don't think that I don't believe in free will, so I don't believe that we're actually making the decisions freely, but there's still things that are, but maybe oh my God, I let you out of your cage and now you're following me? They just want food. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
God damn it. So, in the same way that, I'm a moral realist, so in the same way that 1 + 1 is 2, okay, I would say that, causing someone to suffer for your own enjoyment is bad. Like, that's just what it is. Like,
it is bad.
Yeah.
What is bad? What does that mean?
To do something that no rational creature would want done to them.
To do something that no rational creature would want done to you, is bad.
To do some sort of an unjust, not just me, but any rational creature would accept. So, for instance, like we can talk about bad, I think, in the same way that we can talk about suffering. What is suffering? Well, suffering is, experiencing a great level of distress or pain. And so typically it's prolonged, right? Because it's not just an ouch moment. It's that's why they call it suffering. You have to go through it, and it's enduring. And oh gosh, I just lost my thought. And so we have a definition of what that is. And so I think it just gets put into a category of things that ought not be done.
But is there a subject that's doing that thinking? There's a mind that it's dependent on. So where would the objectivity come into play?
Well, in the same way that I don't think, so I think subjective mind, oh my God, just let me feed this cat real quick. I can't.
Yeah, no worries. What I'm hearing being described is very similar to another version of objective morality that I've heard from atheists. And in it sounds like we're basically saying that morality, which is this framework or decision-making process good and bad, or series of judgments of good and bad. No matter how we define it, I always hear in it subject, subject. And then we're talking about good and bad, which is going to require determiner of, whether it was good or bad, or some ought, some kind of decider of what should be, some determiner of the ought. Where are the where's the objectivity in any of this?
So I would say, hold on. So I would say that maybe look at it like in the same way that I'd say 1 + 1 = 2, right? Or just take a logical truth, like that the law of excluded middle, perhaps, like there's something is either the case or it's not the case. There is no in between in which it is neither of the two. It's like that's something that I feel is objective, even though I'm using my subjective mind to understand it. So there's always going to be a subject, but I'm not.
But the difference is you're using your subjective mind to understand something there, versus you're using your subjective mind to decide, determine, judge, approve, disapprove. That's what morality is.
Yeah. Let's see.
Were you raised religious, Scylla?
Yeah, of course.
Why do you want morality to be objective?
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say I want it to. It's the way it comes across to me. I think it's just like you said earlier, like we experience things, phenomenologically, and to me, it just it's kind of like this. God, I wish I could do it in a more simple way, but would be preferred, should be preferred by everyone if they had a complete understanding of it. So, for instance, I don't think anyone in their right mind would choose eternal anguish over eternal pleasure. So we gravitate towards one naturally. So anything that gives us a taste of what that anguish is, it's like we just know it. It's something that's I just know it's wrong to do something horrible to someone who's innocent. It's just it's further justification. Like it's just harming a cat, for instance. I love cats sometimes more than I do people. Just someone who would just to take a cat and just to harm it for their own enjoyment. I just, to me, that's just something that's intrinsically evil. And I'm not necessarily sure that it could be explained further. Right. You either understand that that's something that you clearly wouldn't want done to you. You would not want to be in that state of anguish. You would not want to take away that freedom of, or someone, you wouldn't want to have that freedom taken away from you.
Where does the line become drawn? What, like at what level of sentience, sapience, do you draw the line?
I don't know if the line ever clearly gets.
We wouldn't want that done to us. Do you still eat the burger?
Right. So the problem there is like we're getting sort of into the realm of like the epistemology, like how does one come to know this? And I agree that there's always going to be some blur there, but I'm still left with, something that seems very clear to me is wrong. So like the plants, sure, yeah. Well, it has to. I mean, morality is something that is experienced. So you kind of can't get away from that. So there will be a subjective element to it, but I'm wondering if even if there was something, like say there was something truly good or truly evil, there would still have to be a subjective element to it. So it's like you can never get away from that. I don't know. I'm not saying it's something that I can convince of other people to exist as real. Because my argument
understand.
Not much.
I can understand a desire to have a clear, or in some ways a more firm right or wrong, or an understanding of that for a society to build, for a person to guide themselves. I can get it, but I wonder if in doing that we don't perpetually lead ourselves towards calling what isn't objective in order to achieve it.
Yeah. No. I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, yeah. And so I guess for me, I guess it doesn't matter so much whether it is objective on a whole, because when I talk to somebody about something morally, I ask them. And for some reason, if I ask them, hey, why did you do that? Like when I ask a student at school when they've done something clearly that was wrong, and they say, why did you do that? You can see that they're working through it. You can see that they can see the injustice. And so maybe it doesn't make it objective, but I believe it to be objective just because of the way I experience it. And so maybe I've hit a bedrock to where I can't really prove it to somebody else, but I see it get constantly confirmed in people who see it and apprehend it and understand. But then again, that creates a problem. There's several people who don't have the mental capacity to engage in or morality. Like there's people who have that switch turned off. So yeah, I don't know. It could be subjective, I guess. Of course, I would say that it could be subjective. I don't know. This is good. It's making me think, and I haven't had coffee yet, so.
It's what we do.
Right. Yeah.
We do, folks. This is what we do.
I still feel
and I almost always turn the questioner around on people.
I see what you do.
This is what he does, folks. This is what he does.
Because it's the best way to get yourself out of that hot seat. You can get somebody else in there. No, I like being in the hot seat. I wish lives would be more like, when you go up and you talk to somebody that you disagree with, whenever they get to the point where I have, like the person, like I myself now, has to take some time to think about it and maybe think out loud a little bit. They get all acting like it's all about winning. And so then they're just treating you like shit and stuff. And I wish it was more like this all across the board, because
this is the best part.
Yeah.
The funny thing is whenever people are being questioned And they tried to do the same thing. He's like, nope, can't do that. And the only reason why he says that is because he knows he does it too.
Yeah.
Well, also question the questioner. I mean, it is as much to entice people to ask me questions and give that opportunity as it is to maybe encourage new people to come up and be questioned. Because you can take that. If you just come in the room and see question the questioner, it's like a challenge. Ask yourself something really, really tough.
Funniest thing is, we did it earlier tonight, and all I wanted was to have it back on because something popped in my head. It's like, Thrayle, just for one question. He put it up and then just kept it up.
I did. I could have put the end is nigh up. I've been working towards a poem. But solo got me thinking. That was good.
How's that poem looking?
Full of doubt.
Sounds like a good one.
Yeah, it doesn't flow very well.
Oh, no. I think it might be time for you to let me down early.
Yeah, I'll let you down, Hammy. Philly's still got the lava going. Let's do this. Did I make a... Yes, I did. I made a little one. My poems always rhyme. This one doesn't. I'm not sure if I want to read it if it doesn't rhyme. I mean, it's not bad. It's a good poem. Is it worth it? Do I take the time to make it rhyme? I'll do a poll, and we'll all decide. Smiley face as if the poem should rhyme. Frowny faces, and I'll read it as it is. Oh. everybody wants me out of my comfort zone, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Does it make it less fun if I'm okay with it?
Well, I'm gonna drop down and I'm gonna think a lot about what we
objective morality and
yeah, because I like the question that you asked. What you said, why do you want there to be? I'm not necessarily sure it's a want, and that's what I'm trying to struggle with. But I'm also trying to struggle with what does it mean for something to be good?
It's another good question.
Yeah, but then that makes no sense if we don't know what good means, right? What is a good question? Is it something that we just know, without any further, is it something that we just know, without any further justification? And that might be annoying to us, but then again, that opens the doors and possibilities for people to say that they know God to be real without any further justification. And maybe I just have to accept that. I don't know. But I don't know. I've got something to think about, and I've got coffee to drink while I do it, so I'm going to go do that. Thank you.
So appreciate you. Keep asking those questions. Debbie Solovino in the chat. I love real introspection, and that was real. That was cool. Good way to end the show. I think the non-rhyming poem won. Thank you, Philly, for the lava show. We can keep it going during the poem. I'm just going to switch over to the other grid. And I'll probably do this. There it is. Okay, there we go. I lost the music device. I had to find it. Thank you to everybody who was tapping the screen, everybody who shared out the live, reposted it. I don't even know if I remember to do that today. It's a little late now, but thank you all for being here, for participating in the chat, for coming up on panel, being questioned, for asking really great questions of all of us. Thank you. I appreciate all of the mods. Thank you so much to everybody who helped with the gift goals. We did hit that last one a while ago, and I did not stop to thank Amoria and Funny Mama. Also, Naomi and Heather's Descent, Freak Scene, Derisius and Claire. Thank you all. I truly appreciate all of you. If any of you watching does want to be a part of this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes, get the live notifications, sometimes too many of the YouTube ones. Sorry, I have to restart the stream from time to time. But if you do, well, there's a Discord community that you can join. The link tree is in my bio, or the Batcolyte's bio. That first link will take you to the Discord. You'll want to make sure and read the rules when you get there. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you do stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in the link tree, and it does make all the difference, I really do thank all of you who help that way, and all of you who help just by being here. There's really only one thing left. Faith, they say, is comfort. Faith that hushes trembling nerves. Faith that rushes in to cover every shadow with a story soft enough to soothe. Faith that fills the voids we fear. Faith that seals the questions shut. Faith that offers you certainty you cannot test, but still are told to trust. Faith that quiets thought itself. Faith that binds the wound with myths and calls the bleeding healed. But doubt is different. Doubt arrives like hairline cracks beneath the painted mask of calm. Doubt that whispers, look again. Doubt that digs its fingers into clay and finds the structure hollow. Doubt that roots itself in fractured ground and grows towards deeper light. Doubt that ruins easy tales and builds foundations stronger than the lie. Doubt that invites more doubt, not as a sickness, but as the seed of understanding. Faith returns again, that promises protection from the terror of not knowing. Faith that bargains with your fear by selling answers it cannot prove. Faith that builds its fragile throne on fantasies dressed up as truth and punishes the ones who notice. And doubt returns as well. Doubt that asks the question. Faith insists you never ask. Doubt that shatters idols carefully arranged to keep you small. Doubt that hungers for the cracks themselves, for the fertile soil of uncertainty, for the places where truth can finally breathe. Faith may soothe, but doubt transforms. Faith may fill the silence, but doubt hears the signal hidden inside the noise. Faith may close the door, but doubt turns the handle, steps inside, and lights the darkened room. And in that glow, thin, uncertain, flickering, doubt becomes the courage to pull apart the world you inherited and rebuild it on questions strong enough to stand. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.